Alright, welcome back, folks. It is the final session for now. Maybe later down the line, I'll do a retrospection. But where we left off in Lost Judgment was at the very near end of the big finale of Kaito Files. So we're at the party, the gathering of Rezone's members, who eventually ends up forming the Crimson Lotus. And we saved this moment because this session highlights arguably one of the most intense and the current peak or latest story writing endeavor from RGG. And you also have to get to this point in order to do the last side thing, which is to find all the masked warriors. So we're gonna do that, and then there's one last story scene, of course, with Shirakaba, right? Shirakaba, the goat, the man, the legend himself. So let's hop on right into it, actually. So we're right at the scene before we're trying to gain access to the party, the gathering, reunion thing. And goes without saying, we finally see the true nature of oh no, I've got their names already. Sadamoto, yeah. Sadamoto, and and we also get to see Tashiro again, briefly. And hear his Japanese counterpart, which is pretty bombastic as well. And then we'll wrap up our final task, neatly tie up Lost Judgment's final task for the Steam achievements, and lots of closing remarks. This is also at a time where Like a Dragon Gaiden's The Man Who Erased Their Names review embargo was lifted. So checked out what the stir is, what the words down the vines are. So we'll talk about that as well. So right now we gotta figure out how to get in. We still have to farm SP. We still need SP. I think that's the only thing other than listening to this guy.
これか？おや、あれはどこに？先ほど座った時にでも落としたのだろうか。少し値が張ったのだが、まあいい。間もなく会場だし、あれは拾ったものにあげるとしよ
う。It's right here, silly face. Where was it?
こりゃあ。
Fine water. I think this was, in my opinion, slightly a misdirection because you just walk through here twice. I think.
あ、リゾームの OB の方でしょうか。
おお、そうだ。
何年卒の方ですか
？10年くらい前かな。
お名前は
カイトだ。
Imagine Kaito passing for that.
名簿に名前がないですが。
いや、ちょっと用事を思い出した。失礼するぜ。
Actually, no. I think we should just try again. No. Oh, wait. I forgot. We can check out this box, actually. Cardboard box. Shout out to Kojima. Maybe we're supposed to
お
chat
前は
up.
何をしてるんだ？
ミキコさんが入ってこねえが見てるんだよ。
なるほ
Good
ど。
old Senda.
ミキコがこれから現れるなら、ここを通る可能性はあるな。
カイト、何か手伝えることがあったら言ってくれ。頭のメールだ。
ああ、そうさせてもらうよ。
カイト、なんか手伝えることがあったら、先田に言え。ミキコさんのためなら、協力してくれるだろうよ。
おう、わかったぜ。
Higarashi. His name. Constantly always reminding myself of the names. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just walked through again. No? Oh, I guess we can examine the crowd.
こりゃ
I forgot about that. Sure I can't examine. Awkwardly staring. Yeah, the bell, the waiter is not here. Oh, right. I forgot. I can look in. Right. Nah. But that is a throwback to to Yagami being in the Camelot suit. That's what I was supposed to. I was supposed to examine the waiter. I don't think the waiter was visible until you attempt to walk in. I think that's what
こりゃ
なあ、この間入った新人どこ行ったんだ
he needs to do to trigger it.
喫煙所じゃないか。さっきここの奥に歩いて行ったし。
もうすぐ始まるのにタバコってサボりかよ。
Our man
お前ちょっと
Toshiro.
呼んできてくれよ。
やだよ。あいつ構成し損ねたヤンキーみたいな見た目で怖いし。それに俺、喫煙所の鍵持ってないもん。お前が行けばいいじゃん。
やだよ。俺も怖いもん。できればあんまり関わりたくないタイプなんだよ。
ま、責任のある大人だし、パーティー始まったら来るだろう。
そうだな。無理に俺らが呼びに行く必要もないよな。
I don't remember if we could get more points from here. Yes. More points. We still need a few more maybe like 100,000. We'll probably get that amount after this sequence. Awkward staring. Okay. hear Tashiro do? No. There, we're supposed to find. Maybe now they're gonna talk about the key. No? Key? Oh, there it is.
これか
We could just pick it up. I bet. I might have missed that
さてと
while I was reminiscing. Alright. Time to do Tashiro dirty again. It still takes me back to Judgment when Tashiro first showed up. I generally play both the audio tracks, right? So the first when I heard someone's performance, I was like, man, it sounds so angsty. Like, is this the direction? And then when we heard the Japanese, you know, in our victory run on Judgment, yeah, he was indeed that angsty too. So let's see if that angst holds up. Yeah, this character is pretty in the face. Hang on. Oh no. I think we're good. Yeah, see this right here, we still need to get past this point for this. Because I most likely be able to look at it. And I think this needs to be past this point too. So let's see. 40k. Oh yeah, we need roughly 100k. So I think we'll get it here though. After this sequence. After Sadamoto. Yep, that's the voice I remember.
しかもダイツもカイツも態度が悪い。
なああんたちょっといいか
あお前
あれもしかして田代くんか
カイトなんでてめえが
Yeah, he's
お前
so
こそ
angsty
なんで
sounding.
ボーイなんかやってんだよ
ヤガミの野郎のせいで
ターボーのどういうことだ
It's like 50 grit
イ
sandpaper.
ベント会社のプロデューサーとして偉人町で華々しい活躍をしてたんだだがヤガミの野郎のせいで俺の悪事がバレて会社をクビになっちまったんだよ
そうかよくわからねえが悪事がバレたってことは要するに自業自得だろ
うるせえそもそもはてめえらのせいなんだぞてめえらに俺のお気に入りの一丁ら追いはぎされてから俺の運気は下がりっぱなしなんで
あん時は悪かったよまその話はともかくその服ちょこっと貸してくれねえか
なんだとどの口で頼みやがる
ちょっと訳ありで必要なんだよいいだろ減るもんじゃねえし
ふざけんなむしろてめえが脱げ
なあなんでそうなるんだよ
俺の味わった屈辱をてめえにも味わわせてやるんだよ脱がねえつもりなら脱がしてやんよこの野郎
おいやめろって追いはぎの件は悪かったって言ってるだろ
うるせえ12月の寒空の下裸に向かれて打ち捨てられるヤクザの気持ちがてめえにわかるか てめえを裸にひんむいてやらなきゃ俺の気が収まらねえんだ。覚悟しやがれ。
仕方ねえ。だ
Ah,
ったら
it
こっ
makes
ち
my
も
it makes my
強
throat
引に
itchy.
行かせてもらうぜ。
Uh,
さあ来いでや。
all right. Weapons. For Tasha. That was some intense music too. uh, poor guy. I can for sure believe that Tashiro will get a trifecta. Oh man, they could turn it around though on the inevitable return. Tashiro finally gets the upper hand. You know, pray for Tashiro. Perhaps third time he gets his revenge. Although I can't see that happening. Nah. Maybe they'll do a thing where he passes it on, so he gets like an indirect satisfaction, not direct. So it's not Yagami or Kaito that becomes the victim. Or both. Like, he gets a fast one on someone else, alluding to Kaito and Yagami, and then Kaito and Yagami does him dirty again. I can see that. Technically, it would be the fourth time, because both Kaito and Yagami witnessed it. Technically, Yagami indirectly prompts it in the base game. In Lost Judgment base game. Alright, this is where we get to chat up the best of friends of all best friends. These two right here. They're so good friends. You know? By good friends, I mean absolutely not. What was that guy's name? Blue hair's name? I'm gonna say Ishida? I'm gonna stick with Ishida. We'll see.
お客様、
Oh, Ishio. No. It's something like that.
少々いいですか。人を探しておりまして。
Best of friends right here.
お客様。
さ、気安く話しかけないでもらえる？私は今、旧友と思い出話に花を咲かせていたところなの。
Uh-huh.
それは失礼しました。ですが、非常に大事なお客様でして。
え？大切なお客ってもしかしてリゾーム創設メンバーの人たちとか？それなら私も超話したいんだけど。
いや、その人では。
あっそ。じゃあ邪魔しないでもらえる？
And
そこをなんとか。
definitely nailed it. Both tracks are pretty good.
あ、西尾さ
Oh,
ん、いらしてたん
Nishio.
だ。
Dang it. There's an N. Okay. I was close. Just tough to get all the names straight. So, yeah. Your friend. Oh, wait. You know? I haven't talked to...
お客様、よろしいですか。この女性を見ませんでしたか。
Oh, right.
誰？
リゾームの元メンバーで。
誰か知ってる？うちらの代じゃねえよな。
知らねえな。見たことねえ顔だ。
あそこに立ってるあんたの同僚にでも聞いたら、ずっと会場にいるし見てるかもよ。
I don't remember
ありがとうございます。
having the conversation with the other waiter. did I?
なあ、ちょっといいか。お客様を探してるんだが。
誰ですか？
この人だ。
見たよう
I mean-
な、見てないような。
大事なお客様なんだ。
That's
思
probably
い出
why
せ
I
ねえ
don't
か？
remember.
そういえば、あの席によく似た女性がいたような。
Oh, okay. It just directs to. Fair enough.
そうか。その女性はその後どこに？
いえ、ちょっとわからないですね。
そうか。
Alright, best friend, who got ditched. And then got ditched again by Kaito temporarily because of me.
すみません、お客様。この女性を見かけませんでしたか？
ああ、この人さっきいたような。
間違いないですか？今はどこに？
あ、いや、記憶違いかもしれませんよ。その人誰とも話さずにすぐに席を離れていきましたし。
そうですか。では貞本京也という男性を見かけませんでしたか？
貞本さんですか？あの伝説の OB の？一度お会いしたかったんですが、休養で来られなくなったみたいで。
Nah, fake news. Fake news.
間違いないですか？
ええ、どうしても外せない会議が入ってしまったとかで。毎日分刻みのスケジュールでとても忙しいみたいですから仕方ないですけどね。
入れないってどういうことよ。
いえ、増田皆様はすでに入られていまして。
いやだから増
Yeah,
田美奈は私だって言
Mikiko
ってるでし
stole
ょ。
her
今
identity.
来たばかりなのになんで入ったことになってんのよ。
Harold.
お客様、どうされましたか？
いや私今来たところなんですけど、すでに入場したことになってるみたいで。
増田さんという方がすでに入場している。間違いないですか？
はい、名簿もチェックしましたし。
もしかして増田を名乗っていた女性、この人では？
あ、そうです。すごく綺麗な人でした。
やはりその女性どこに？
会場に入られたはずですけど。あ、でもすぐに出てきてトイレの方に向かってましたね。
トイレの方に？
Toilet. Kinda interesting. You hear it a lot.
わかった。
Toilet.
ちょっとどうなってるの？
Okay. Oh, yeah, right. We have some massive. Ooh, this part is really satisfying actually. The wave combat. I would love to do a wave combat using their system.
おい、
Like a game developed around wave combat or a mode,
生き
a
てる
mini
な。
game.
何があった？
トイレに突然女が入ってきて襲われて。
There are various
その女は
versions, not
貞
the
本
one that I
美
have
紀
in
子だ
mind.
な。
ああ、そうだけどなんであんた誰だよ？
その女はどこに行った？
あの女京也さんを探してた。
貞本？だが貞本京也は来られなくなったと聞いたぞ。
違う、京也さんサプライズゲストで出てくる予定で、さっきまで控室にいたんだがタバコを吸いに屋上に。
それじゃあミキコも屋上に向かったんだな。
なあ
I was thinking in my head like that guy has some pretty suspiciously looking Ray-Ban inspired sunglasses, and I was thinking recently I've been looking for maybe a change of pace and update my prescription while grabbing a new eyeglass frames. So I started looking at what's the Skippy nowadays in frames. Ray-Ban still up there. Nishio. Senda and Igarashi gives us backup in a bit. Okay. I don't think we have any object weapons here. Whoa, dude. That reset over and over again? That was unhealthy. Man, that counterattack thing, freaking whiffs all the time, man. Get out of my face. Our backup crew.
Oi, Kaito!
しかだしするぜ。
さっさと片付けるぞ。すまねえ。助かる。あん？てめえら何やってんだ。
Kaito only gets 2. Yagami gets Yagami gets 4. Oh, you can cancel out of the... You can cancel out of the leap? Maybe it's only EX? Yeah, it's only EX. Okay. It juggles into itself. That's not too bad. Okay.
で、カイト、ミキコさんの居場所は分かったのか。なあ、どうやら貞本を追って屋上に向かったらしい。これ以上連中に見つかると厄介だ。ここから登るぞ。
The sequence is actually kind of long. Got a brace.
おっと。おい、こいつらもしかして。
仲間を呼ばれると面倒だ。
Brace for this Sadamoto scene. Oh, I thought I could switch targets. That recovery was so long, what the heck? Oh, I was trying to get the running knee kick into a juggle into tank, but man, there's no shortcut to the jump. The running knee.
まだ近くにいるはずだ。探しさせ。あ、いたぞ、奴らだ。どうやらすでにお尋ね者ってわけか。
おいおい、何言いやがんだ。
ぶっ飛ばしてやるよ。さあ来い。
Trying to cross cut, but man, he is not doing. Every single time the cross cut just fails in a crowded room.
どうやらすでにお尋
It's
ね
so
者。
ridiculous how you auto stand in when you try to cross cut.
さあ来い。
Yeah, see, it auto interrupts.
暴れる力。
He just 1-2 all the time. That's it. Oh, there's a gun. Just 1-2. Get the repel and just 1-2 your way to victory in a crowded area.
どこかに客室用のエレベーターがあるはずだ。そいつで一気に最上階まで上がるぞ。
Or at the other end of the hallway. Actually, remember there was something down here. That answers that. Is there something in? Oh no, that's where we came from. There was stuff in here. Give me this stuff. Ichiban cracker. Oops. Oh, right. That's where the boost, attack booster was. The attack booster 2. Okay. Get 2 of them. Alright, this is where we peace out.
よし。
Senda and Igarashi. Don't worry, he'll be fine.
くそ。まだ嫌がんのか。おい、カイト。ミキコさんを頼んだぞ。
ここは俺たちに任せて先に行けってやつだ。
かっこつきやがって。このくらいの人数、俺たちで何とかしてやるよ。すまねえ。頼んだぞ。
やっぱりちょっと多くないですか？
うるせえ。行くぞ。
Spoofy. Very spoofy, you know? Something about green and red, I should pay attention to that. Something about just having slight redness and then green here and there. Very spooky.
さて行くか。
Oh, right. What's this? Yeah. I don't think I can knock them down. Pretty sure the first time I did this, I tried to knock them down and all I got was detected. Can I go for it? I don't know if I can make it. Run, Kaito! Faster! Kaito! That wasn't obvious. Oh, I can knock him down. Color me surprised. Maybe the intent was to distract them when you're near them behind cover. Honestly, I have to this day I still haven't really found out a consistent manner, but it's fine. Oh, this is the big room brawl. This one is satisfying as heck. Lights up. Flashbang. Wait, no. Okay.
いたぞこっちだ
There it is. It wasn't as bright as I thought, as I remember.
手間かけさせやがってもう
All
逃が
right.
さね
Take out the guy with the gun
えぶっ
first.
殺してやるやらせさあこてよほら
Man. Man, that pickup range is so gigantic. Oh no. There's still another guy with a gun somewhere. Oh no, wait. I might have just... Position got reset. No! I tried to freaking... I got jebaited by, annoyingly got jebaited by, the command. The heat action command. I did it again. Oh, good old dragon engine. Okay. It's fine. It's just a flesh wound. I only got shot a couple times, right? I think it might have been... Does this just lead back? I don't remember what else was in here. Sushi said. Fair enough. Right, the Serene Rosary. I see you. Okay. Oh, right. I totally forgot that they added a save point. Well, an unconventional save point. Yeah, sure. Hope. We got the hope. Here we are. This scene is so intense. So good. So much Emotion, ambivalence everywhere. Scenes. There's a fight in between.
ミキコ
来ないで。来たら撃つ。
Oh, and we're gonna do all the dialogue options. Because we know the one that advances.
なあミキコ、本当に僕を殺すつもりかい？
それ以外にここへ来た理由なんてない。
そっか。ま、落ち着いて話そうじゃないか。
話す？今さら何を？
もう少し冷静に考えるべきだ。君は本当に僕を殺せるのか？どうなんだ？
どういう意味？
だってあの子は？ジュンはどうなる？僕はともかく母親のお前まで人を殺してジュンはどう思うんだろう。そういうこともちゃんと考えた上での行動なのかな？そう、優しい君なら当然考えてしまうことだよな。そして考えた途端に身がすくんでしまう。まあこういうところがこの女のいいところだ。そうだろカイトさん。
てめえ。
でもこういう人間じゃ金儲けはできない。
It's such a deep
ビジネ
cut.
スチャンスってのはあちこちに転がってる。しかしほとんどの人間はそれをつかむことができない。
His monologue about
答えは簡単だ。金と自
the
分、そ
objectivity
れを
of
最短
business
距離でしかも
practices
最速でつなぐことが
versus
できないからさ。
the extreme empathy,
世の中の
being
常識だ
appropriate
の
in
煩わしい人
business
間関係だの
opportunities.
そういうものにいちいちこだわる。そんなんだからダメなんだよ。
だからお前は迷わず叩き切る。グレン界の連中や焼き殺された魔法ちゃんたちみてえに。
そう理解が早いね。あんた見込みがあるよ。夏目家の件はなかなかリスキーな選択だったけど結果としては大正解だったよ。我ながらナイスなアイデアだったね。
この野郎。
京也！魔王たちを殺して大正解だって？ふざけるな！やっぱりあんたは死ぬべきなんだ。今この場で！
なるほど。純のことより僕への殺意の方が上ってことか。本気で人を殺す覚悟はできていると。OK。まずそれを確認したかったんだよ。
くさ話しやがる。
Kimochi.
剣
Kimochi
持
is the
ち
guy.
遅いじゃないか。
きょうちゃん、悪い。
And the knife.
貞本、てめえ。
おっと動くんじゃない。動けば純の命はないよ。動けないだろ。この子は僕の血を引いてるからね。いつ寝首をかかれないとも限らない。しつけをしておいて正解だったよ。
てめえ、自分の子になんてことを。
さてミキコ、ここからが本番だ。
何を？
まずは余計なものから片付けよう。純を助けて欲しければカイトを撃て。
Alright, alright. So the last time we didn't actually get to see all these dialogue options because the angle that totally slipped my mind, which was fantastic by the way, we'll see it in a bit. The angle they went with was amazing, and that was to plea to Kenmochi remorse and regretful, like painful thing. Like, oh, well, we'll see in a bit, but let's see what happens when you reassure June.
ジュン、大丈夫か？すぐに助けてやるからな。
Well, okay. About negotiating.
貞本、お前こんなことしてただで済むと思ってんのか？せっかくの地位を失うことになるぞ。
もちろん発覚した際のリスクは認識しているよ。だがそれを承知の上でやってるのさ。
Of course you are.
リスクを前に踏みとどまってたんじゃベンチャーの経営者なんてやってられないよ。リスクがあろうとそれでもやる価値がある。そんな時に目標に向けて迷わず突き進むことができる人間こそが成功者になるんだ。
Yep. What about? I think we did the Sadamoto thing, for sure. We didn't hear what Mikiko would have to say.
ミキコ、こんな奴の言葉に耳を傾けるんじゃねえ。
分かってる。でもどうしたら？多分あいつはためらいなくジュンのことだって殺す。
Okay.
おい、剣持ち。お前、仲間を殺して回ってるのはミキコだと思ってるんだろ？なんや、今さら。当たり前やろ。ミキコが言っていた。グレン界の連中を殺してやろうと現場に向かった時、すでに連中は殺された後だったと。何者かが先回りして連中を殺していたんだ。なんやと？ミキコが記憶を取り戻し、お前らへの復讐を企んでいる今、ミキコの先回りをしてグレン界の連中をぶち殺しちまえば、ミキコの仕業に仕立て上げることができる。真犯人はな、そうやってかつての仲間を殺してグレン界との過去の黒いつながりを消そうとしてたんだよ。てめえ、何言うとんねや。わからねえか？お前の隣にいる貞本なんだよ。グレン界の奴らをぶっ殺してたのはな。何？
That slight change of focus as
最
the
近
camera
貞本は
pans. So classic.
メディアに頻繁に露出するようになったらしいじゃねえか。
It shows the shifting, I love when they do that where you show the shift of focus with the dialogue, so the camera is playing a role in the framing of the perspectives.
カリスマ経営者として
So
名が
classic.
知られてるようだな。だからこそ今、お前らとの黒いつながりが明らかになるのはまずかったはずだ。それに考えられる動機は他にもある。貞本はミキコとグレン界の連中が接触するのを阻止したかったんだと思う。どういうことや。
The camera work does so
Mikikoが
much
知っている過去の事
to
実と
offset the
グレン
limitations of
界
the
の連中
rigging.
が知っている過去の事実が食い違っていることに気づかれたらまずかったんだよ。その事実の食い違いにお前らが気づいたら、おそらく剣持ち、お前は貞本京也を許さなかったはずだ。
Yeah, that framing. So good. I don't know if we go through. Oh no, we didn't go through all these. We just picked the arson thing. What happens when
グレン界の連中を始末していたのがミキコではなく貞本だったってことだ。ああ、
Oh,
せやからそれはさっきお前が言うとったやろ。
fair enough.
ああ、そうだったな。だが問題はそこじゃないんだ。
Okay,
そもそも貞本
fair
が
enough.
そんな殺しを今思い立った理由だ。貞本はミキコが生きているかもしれないと知った時、すぐにミキコとグレン
Yeah,
会が接触されたらまずい
Kaito
と思
literally
ったは
repeats
ずだ。
himself.
夏目家放火事件に関する事実の食い違いに気づかれてしまう可能性があるからな。
Yeah, yeah.
せやからその食い違いってのは何や。
As dark ties. Oh, it just repeats, right? Let me see.
貞本とグレン会の間に黒いつながりがあったことだ。ああ、なんでグレン会の俺がそんなこと知らへんねん。まあ知ってるよな。悪い、間違えた。やり直す。
Okay.
カイト、てめえふざけんなよ。
Alright, fair enough. Fair enough.
お前は言っていた。夏目夫妻と真帆ちゃんが放火に巻き込まれて死んでしまったのは事故だったと。本当は中に誰もいないはずだったってな。そうや。住人は旅行に出かけとるから中に誰もおらんとそう聞いとったんや。当日家の中に誰もいない、そう言ったのは貞本京也だろ。せや。だからなんやねん。お前がここに来る前、貞本ははっきりこう言っていた。夏目家の件はなかなかリスキーな選択だったが結果としては大正解だったよってな。あいつは放火事件の夜、中に真帆ちゃんや夏目夫妻がいると知っていてお前らに火を放たせたんだ。土地が目当てだったお前らにとって放火殺人までする意味はない。焼き殺せと言ってもためらうのが普通だ。だが貞本は夏目夫妻の莫大な遺産を相続し、
I love this
自分の会社
framing.
の危機を乗り切るために彼らに死んでも
Camera
らう
work
必
is
要
so
があっ
good.
た。だから貞本は
Brings back so much
お前ら
nostalgia.
に嘘をついたんだよ。自分はアリバイを作った上でな。嘘や。嘘やな。京ちゃん。
Yeah.
おっと痛いところを突かれ
Such
た
a
な。
long way.
貞本、お前が俺にミキコの捜索を依頼してきたのもグレン会の連中より先にミキコを探し出して始末するためだな。俺がミキコを見つけたら監禁でもしておいてグレン会の連中を全員ぶっ殺す。その後頃合いを見計らい自殺に見せかけてミキコを殺すつもりだったんじゃねえか。
やっぱあんた見込みあるね。
Vicious.
京ちゃん、なあ、あいつ何言っとるんや。あんな嘘やんな。
This guy's
放火事
he's totally Osakin, right? Osakin. Totally has that accent.
件のあったあの夜はね、真帆ちゃんの誕生日だったんだ。
京ちゃん、
夏目夫妻も真帆ちゃんもワインが大好きでね。ヴィンテージもののボルドーワインを記念に送ってあげたんだ。
Yeah, the icing on the cake.
100万くら
He
いした
even
かな。
sedated them.
一方その頃僕はレストランで妻とディナーを楽しんでいた。
Oh yeah, even on top of that,
真帆
it's
ちゃんにはその
freaking
場で電話してちゃ
birthday.
んとお祝いした
Right.
よ。
I totally forgot about that.
ワイン美
Freaking
味しい
Maho
です
Chan's
って言ってた
birthday.
な。ワインにはうるさい夫妻も絶賛してたとか。隠し味で睡眠薬を入れておいたからちょっと味が変わっちゃったかなって心配してたんだけど大丈夫だったみたいで安心したな。3人ともぐっすり眠ってただろうからきっ と苦しまずにいけたと思うよ。
京也、あなたは。
なあ京ちゃん、いつもの冗談やんな。
そろそろのはずだけど遅い
Yeah.
な。
It's a red reunion. So vicious.
なんや。
Tier 1.
お
He's like S
よう
tier
やくか
beyond
やっと
beyond all the
聞き始めたみたい
others.
だね。よかった。
So vicious.
シュウちゃん大変だ。会場が
思ったより時間がかかるもんなんだな。
おい貞本てめえ、何しやがった。
おお、これはなかなか歴史に残る事件になるんじゃないかな。君たちも見るかい。壮観だよ。
Like Tatsoma, Tatsukuroiwa. So vicious. Unfeeling, pragmatic sociopath.
どうしたの？
And she's one of the bystanders. A lot of these guys are the, a few of them are the bystanders.
Yo よーし、残り4人全員やったぜ。大成功。
てめえ、酒に毒を。
あはは、遅効性のものをね。たくさんの人間を一気に始末するときは即効性だとよくないんだ。飲むのが遅れたやつに毒がバレて飲まなくなっちゃうだろ。いやー、しかし効果が出るまで時間がかかったので効かなかったんじゃないかとヒヤヒヤしたよ。ごめんな、剣持ち。葬式は盛大に開いてやるから成仏しろよ。
無関係な人間まで。
だって仕方ないだろ。グレン会創設メンバーの連中が集まる席はあったけどさ、関係ない連中も来て飲んじゃったんだから、そこまではさすがの僕でもコントロールできないな。それに象に狂った復讐記ならそのくらいした方がリアリティがあるだろ。民衆はドラマチックなストーリーの方が好んで信じたがるものだ。
このクソ野郎が。
It's like a grandiose, like rapid delivery. Smugness is really in the wheelhouse of Japanese performance. But I would say the English is just as grandiose because in both cases monologuing is a strength, especially in performances like this. Voice acting in general has quite a lot of monologuing. And man, right there with both performances for Sadamoto.
さてミキコ、最後は君の出番だぞ。カイトを殺せ。そうすればジュンだけじゃなくお前も助けてやるからさ。
何を言ってるの？
ああ、そうだな。まず僕の書いたシナリオを説明すべきかな。僕は今夜この会場にはいないことになっている。サプライズゲスト扱いで数人のメンバーしかそのことを知らないんだ。 もちろん毒が混入された調理場には君の指紋と髪の毛を残しておいたよ。そして屋上からはかつての恋人の射殺死体が発見される。カイトさん、あんたの死体だ。つ
Truly
いでに近
vicious.
々夏目家放火事件にグレン会が関わっていたという事実がリークによって発覚するよう手はずも整えてある。トータルで考えるとミキコ、君が復讐のためにグレン会の連中を殺して回った末、パーティー会場で一気に全
That
員を
camera
毒
angle.
殺。
Sorry.
それを嗅ぎつけた元恋人さえも射殺した。そんな感じだね。とりあえず全ての犯人はミキコ、君だからね。
Thankfully, the the combination of this like package that Sadamoto resembles, the careful planning, the meticulous thing, and then the void of emotional investment, the void of empathy, while also being self-motivated for their own gain. That kind of combination tends to create a lot of intellectual and emotional conflict in a more realistic manner, in my opinion. So these types of characters represent, like, I would say, the super rare cases in which three really substantially rare cases already: an incredibly perceptive person who has lots of hindsight and an investment in many skills, while at the same time lacking empathy and only showing self-interest, right? Or like a really strong sociopathy. Typically these, at least, uh, the silver lining here in a more realistic standpoint is all these elements don't super rare, like possibly super rarely or very conditionally ever line up in one person. But in a video game, and when you're writing fictional writing, this stuff is the truest sense of nightmares. Like, I genuinely I generally think about these things I would if this was possible. And video games certainly is a vehicle in imagining that. However, realistically, I would say, thankfully, thanks to many parts of the human condition, that you do not have these types of situations line up in a person where they could possibly find self-investment in many skills that allow them to predict and manipulate other people, while at the same time only show self-interest. Because that's like one of the core and fundamental conflicts of interest. If you're an individual who's only self-interested, so much so that provides motivation to be interested in others in order to manipulate them. Generally speaking, when someone is incredibly self-interest, they rarely develop a level of perception that enables them to basically manipulate Mikiko's life, Kaito's, all the motivations of his peers. That type of stuff requires an extraordinarily higher level of empathy on top of intellectual perception. So in this case, we have to believe that Sadamoto somehow circumvented the need for all that level of empathy, just sufficient enough empathy with enough intellectual know-how to manipulate all the people. But generally speaking, how self-serving he is and how unempathizing he is would make it very difficult for a character like him to be able to manipulate so many different types of people so masterfully. It requires empathy in order to do that. And sure enough, if you are an empathizer, that would demonstrate that you have the capacity to combat any like extreme sociopathy, right? Like self-interest, because so those are very dualistic pieces of the human condition. And thankfully, I don't necessarily think there are that many common real examples, real world historical examples of someone who can compartmentalize, right? One of the things is the practice of compartmentalization, where you can somehow exude empathy wholeheartedly, gather the motivation through empathy and understanding, and then switch it off entirely. But usually that's presented in these cases, like in fictional characters, or maybe extreme rare cases of sociopathy where you have an individual who is so self-motivated that they are able to acquire and kind of open empathy and close empathy whenever they need it, or give the perception. Like they're so intellectually perceptive that they don't require the emotional need to manipulate people. Because we had to think about it. Mikiko, Kaito, they're not just underdeveloped youth, right? Something that perhaps with enough intellectual expertise, you can groom and manipulate them. But we're talking about many facets, including businesses, practices. Like Sadamoto is like the GOAT. Like if you to get to this position, he is not only perceptive, he is incredibly good at empathy somehow, all while being the most vicious villain ever. Like he's legitimately a villain. Soma, like all of Judgment, largely spins really, really dark. So they truly and earnestly have villains. And then soon, when we go back to like the Like a Dragon series, in contrast, tend to not have villains. They tend to have characters that have conflict of interest and differing worldviews with all their strengths and weaknesses that come within the context. So those strengths and weaknesses are contextualized so that Kiryu wins, right? Or like your characters that you champion happens to be on the winning contextual side. It's not to say that Kiryu is in the right all the time. It's the side that conditionally it favors, coincidentally, right? Because it's whatever morality and ethics you have. But in this case, Sadamoto practically has it all. Yet, this next scene, I stopped here because this next moment is a great example of when, even in his greatest perception, he is still unable to foresee the connection between a father and a son. And we're not talking about Sadamoto's connection with June's connection with Kaito, and how the belief system, which foreseeably Sadamoto lacks because he's a sociopath, right? He shouldn't be able to see empathy of this nature be his undoing. So it still plays into that. Yet at the same time, to get to this position, it really shouldn't have, but you gotta have some way of weakening your thing. Sadamoto is like, it's so hard. I mean, I would say it's still an oversight. He's still human, right? So we can chalk it up to oversight, but man, this Kaito Files is a short game, right? It's a short DLC, so it's not a standalone game. But when Balloon, they would have to explain and characterize Sadamoto so much to the point where I could even see a game where you play the villain and you play Sadamoto and the counter one. It's kind of like what's a great example of Sadamoto? Shout outs to I guess I don't remember his name, but Death Note. So Kita would be, or coincidentally, it comes up a bunch of times already, but Kita's name is actually Yagami Light, which happens to share Yagami's name. And I want to draw that parallelisms and duality between Yagami, you know, uh, Takayuki Yagami and Yagami Lighto, but where they like have their own sense of justice, but really Yagami Light is more like oh no, Kuwana, right? Kuwana here in this in the base game Lost Judgment, how he exact justice. But man, with all the perception and potential empathy. So Yagami Light is a great example. Kita from Death Note, a great example where he still faltered to empathy. Because technically he's sociopathic. Sociopathy, his self-interest kind of blinds him to that you can't really have it both ways. And this next scene illustrates the same shortcomings to it. But man, all that stuff that he said he did kind of makes it so that this whole June thing is more of an oversight. More of a human error as opposed to like a tactical oversight. But generally speaking, you wouldn't get this far without empathy or the capacity to empathize. Because Mikiko is what he accused Mikiko is an incredibly big empathizer. So a person who's constitutively empathizing with things, they tend to be overly concerned. So when you're associated with someone who's always concerned about themselves, an empathizer in Mikiko would catch wind of it, just naturally and habitually be able to. That's what makes Yagami a great detective, or yet maybe sometimes overly emotional detective. And then that's what make Juana a passionate, just vigilante, right? It's the self projection, but at the same time, incredible passionate empathy. Like Kuwana's empathy for Kasmoto's son, right? The who attempted suicide, Kusumoto, that elevated and exacerbated his passion for anti-bullyism, right? Anyways, it's those are like the so many thoughts, but man, this guy is to me Sadamoto's writing. If this character was existed, it's the worst nightmare. Like when I think about myself, I guess I can think about myself sometimes, where I think, okay, well, I feel I'm particularly perceptive in a manner, but you have to see all the shortcomings of being perceptive intellectually or being perceptive emotionally, right? Emotional intelligence versus intellectual intelligence. And at the same time, I always thought when you help someone with a problem they have, like both mentally, like emotionally or intellectually, you also constantly worry and think about, as an empathizer, you think about the consequences of utilizing your intellectual and emotional intelligence to help someone. Because technically, when you help someone, you are also using the same tools that enable a person like Sadamoto to do what he does. The difference is the motivation and the interest. So he was self-interested. So he had the tools, so he get what he wants. When you help someone, it's the desire to help someone using the same tools. So a lot of times when I think about it and I help, say like maybe I indirectly or unintentionally help someone, and it was just saying a few words. My first thought is, man, if this person was so receptive to a few words by like a total stranger or someone, my only thought was I was concerned that what happens if it was a different person, right? It was a person that was self-motivated. Well, that's kind of one of the human conditions. Self-interest is a human condition. So things like that, as a person who gets balanced by empathy, being incredibly intelligent in an intellectual way, and having that tool, that great tool to manipulate people, it comes with this worst case nightmare. So without empathy, I don't think this ever crosses Sadamoto's mind, right? For me, empathy is a check to intellectual intelligence. Emotional intelligence tend to be a check to being human, really, to the strive for intellectual intelligence. And I think about it all the time now because when I was younger, I would say I was closer in intellectual intelligence to someone that's being portrayed here, where self-interest, right? You're young, you're always self-interest. You have to develop self-interest, establish yourself, become privileged and stable, and then you start developing higher and higher refinement of empathy when you're no longer required and pressured for self-interest. Yamamoto is a sociopath in a sense in its projections because his self-interest does not end. There's no end to, or there's no diminished return in the constant self-interest. So even when he had a child and got married to Mikiko, he did not develop more empathy. He did not attempt or motivate himself to move towards empathy. Sort of. It's kind of conflicting because he was able to manipulate Mikiko in June. That would suggest that he did develop enough skills in empathy, or he was somehow so intelligent intellectually that he got away with it. That's possible, but highly fictional in my opinion. Because try to if we had more story, like 2 or 3 chapters of trying to characterize Mikiko and June's history with Sadamoto, it would run into a lot of snags. And I think it's kind of clever in a pragmatic story writing way that you leave that up to the people's imagination, like instead of filling it in. But I would love to see it. I would love to see RGG attempt to demonstrate explicitly how Sadamoto was able to manipulate Mikiko and June for more than 14 years with that type of behavior and still convince an audience that it would reach to this point. It would be really impressive, but it would be a tough task. So omitting that, maybe just by coincidence and convenience, like not filling in those holes, leaves other people's imaginations in line. For me, it's so tough. Like it's hardly believable that Sadamoto, being a sociopath in that nature, was able to maintain this facade for so long. But with that, right? For me, it's based on presumptions. What is written here, if it were to happen, like if you observe it in nature, the idea is that exists. So what happens is you try to explain it the best you can. Luckily for video games and fictional characters, you technically don't have to explain it. Because what is written, it's technically factual. Factual fiction, as in this character exists because you see it. Does it make sense and all that stuff? Up to the viewer, like the end user's imagination. I want to keep this perspective because this is a perspective that's under practiced in reality a lot of times. Like a lot of people would say, like online, this is the facts. It's like these are the facts. Well, there is another fact that most people don't use, and it's the fact of belief. What I mean is, I'm not saying belief creates facts. I'm talking about people who believe in things is a fact. So it's a fact that someone believes a certain thing. Their belief doesn't constitute the fact. However, those things have often been used interchangeably all the time. And in this case, this fictional character that's written here with all the like non-explainers is a heck of nightmare, man. Sadamoto is a nightmare incarnate. Like trying to wrap around the idea that someone like him, he's like a proverbial villain unicorn. Like there are other characters that are written like that, like hence the term villain or supervillain. So like he is legitimately grounded, contextualized in, you know, it's a game that is contextualized in reality, not a game that is contextualized with superheroes or alternative timelines or universe. So villains of this nature don't occur too much in cop dramas and detectives, but it kind of blends quite well with RGG's constant back and forth with absurdity, melodrama, and then grounded humanism, right? Like things that humanize things. So it's still creatively acceptable. At the same time, whenever I see these, it's true. I'm gonna say this again in a later in the day when we like reflect on Lost Judgment, but the Judgment series in general features actual villains. Like villains, in my opinion, are fictional. Is a fictional concept that exists in a medium that does not bridge into realism, right? It's hyper fictionalism, fiction. So it's crazy. It's a lovely contrast, I suppose, creatively to Like a Dragon, which do not feature villains. They, like not even the most hardcore versions even feature villains because they have baggage and many things. But this guy, oh, anyways, sorry, it's a slight digression, but it's all relevant to the Lost Judgment or Judgment at large.
でも
So crazy.
そこで放り出しはしないって。
And the
カ
monologue.
イトを殺せば1億くれてやる。その金で海外逃亡して純とつつましく暮らすのもいいだろう。だが逃げ切るのも大変だ。罪悪感に苛まれ生きていくのも辛いだろう。だからおすすめはカイトを殺した後、君もここで自殺するってシナリオだね。
なんだと？
おすすめのシナリオを理解してくれるなら、純にはボーナスとしてさらに1億渡そう。そのくらいは父親としての責任を果たすつもりだよ。殺せ！さあ、カイトを殺すんだ！人を殺す覚悟ならできてるんだろ？グズグズしてると本当に純が死ぬぞ！
あいつはやっぱり悪魔だった。私が甘かった。ごめんなさい。あなたまで巻き込んでしまって。
ミキコ、そいつを貸せ。じゃあこうなったらそのシナリオはどうなる？
何の真似だ？
俺のシナリオはこうだ。元恋人に罪をかぶせるために山ほど悪事を働いた男を 元ヤクザが始末した。俺が懲役食らえば済む話だ。お前の手まで汚させてたまるか。純のためにもな。俺は的を外さねえぞ。
とにかく俺は強い男になりたいんだ。大事な人を守れるような強い男に。
だったら重要なのはな、純。ここだぜ。
なんだそれ。
ま、いずれ分かる時が来るさ。お前がそうなりたいって思い続けることができればな。
That glare with the eye lighting, so good.
純、
あ
助かったぜ。
RGG also did specific lighting shifts for the Judgment series. It's so obvious compared to the Like a Dragon series.
面倒なことになったな。
Like a Dragon uses an incredible, like a very noticeable different lighting approach.
離れてろ。
When I do like the Judgment approach in lighting, as reflective of its darker nature. The music though. Tainted blade.
さあ来い、ぶっ飛ばしてやる。
Oh, I accidentally buffered too hard. Buffered one extra hit. I couldn't quick step out of it. Trip. Oh, you can do this multiple times? I guess we might as well. There's so many consumables in this game. Okay. Wait, are you immune? Oh no, RB, LB, AX. Oh, you don't even need to do it. We got really used to his fight because the first time with like you kind of get used to all the timing. So I waited and paused where I thought it was from maybe like 3 weeks ago. Yeah, it's more like 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Painted knife. So, there is a little mechanical thing that I wanted to cite. I'm not sure if they did it intentionally or not, or maybe it was just an oversight in scaling. But in the DLC, because Kaito maybe has a limited kit or whatnot, the diff scaling didn't scale up bosses as much. Like it didn't apply to bosses. So in a way, Kaito kind of outscaled the boss substantially. Even if you were to play vanilla again, you would still outscale, or just habitually outscale with a basic kit, because I didn't use any of the kit really. You just know your dodge windows, right? So in a way, that makes it possibly more receptive. This game design feels a lot more oriented into the action adventure than it was in like the base game and other games, where you can definitely feel the crippling of scaling, to artificially inflate, in my opinion, not non-mechanically inflate the difficulty, because it ends up feeling like attrition versus uh variety. And to me, I'm a little partial. I'm more than a little partial, noticeably partial to variety versus mechanical repetitious nature, especially attrition. Like execution attrition is the combination of the things that I would struggle with the most, because I don't necessarily have a preference for that. And that's usually combo gaming, when you have to combo execute something because of difficulty spikes or execution prone things. It's kind of a great, and the best analogy, but it's kind of like a learning to do a backflip, right? And you do it once, it's like that's great among stumbles, but now you have to do it 20 times, and anytime you fail, you lose, or you just don't make it. It doesn't count as a completion. That's kind of one of those things. Like combo gaming, not so much, in my opinion. And that usually plays into games that have more and more advanced combat systems, because then, yes, it's incredibly rewarding to execute combos and strings and whatnot. But for myself, the biggest reward is legacy. And legacy involves having many, many different experiences, not repetitious natures. And I mean, I don't necessarily play video games for self affirmation on like being able to execute something with impunity. Just more like I'm a messy person. I prefer to stumble, and like I one of the things that happened in that fight was I accidentally buffered one extra attack, and the boss didn't scale up in this DLC, which I actually quite like. I don't know if it's a coincidence or intentfully, but he didn't kill you outright. Scaling for Yagami though, that would have probably killed you on the spot. Like hands down, it would have eviscerated like 90% to 100% of your HP. Missing something like that. Just a slight outside. All right. Now, this next scene, just to bring us back in, is so emotionally gripping to me. Like, it's one of those. It's if Sadamoto is the worst case scenario, like the nightmares thing, like even to myself, I can see if, say, there's a fine line between a very thin fine line between someone who can manipulate both emotionally and intellectually to someone who has the tools and competency to manipulate people for gain. And manipulate doesn't necessarily it comes in different words. Like once the motivation changes, manipulation becomes empathy or compassion, or there's a very fine line between it. They all involve influencing another person. So this worst case scenario leads to another worst case scenario, which actually did happen in Like a Dragon series. In Yakuza Like a Dragon, I've got the guy's name, but the guy who ended up ultimately stabbing Arakawa, right? Aoki, was a consequence of his own like It's kind of when you draw people and condition people, if you're, one could say the ones that are most likely to be manipulated intellectually far easier, we're going to say easier in a both in a good and a bad way, are those who are passionate, who are ironically incredibly emotionally intelligent, in the sense that they are governed by their emotions far more than intellectually, and those lead to fanaticism. And often this is what happens, right? Worst case scenario, breeds and leads to even more worst case scenarios. So it's kind of a really deep cut into social influence. And this one is a microcosm that's separated from social influence, but it's not remarkably different in practice. And here we go.
全て嘘だった。お前が全部作った嘘だった。初めから全て。あの事件の後だって真帆たちを殺した奴とも知らず、のうのうと生きてきた。どんな気分だよ。なんで平気でいられる？この悪魔が。
ミキ、こうやめろ。
もっと早くこうするべきだった。
ミキコ、ねえ、お前もなくしちまうぞ、一番大事なものを。お前と別れた頃の俺もそうだった。憎しみに逃げ込んだ。一番大事なものが目の前にあるってのに、俺は親父に怪我をさせた奴らに復讐することを選んじまった。だがお前は間違えるな。
母ちゃん、また俺を置いていっちまうのかよ。
Oh, I think that's different. I'm almost certain this scene is different. I'm pretty sure June said, "Mother, am I a lie too?" as opposed to, "Are you leaving me behind?" I'm almost certain that's what, because she just, like, she said the same line where she held the gun to Sadamoto and said, like, so everything was a lie. And then June comes in and say, am I a lie too, right? Like, because it's part of the lie. I'm pretty sure it was different. I don't know for sure. Or like, I keep saying, I'm like 70-30 on this. But that's definitely different. That's quite different. Also, it's my plug for, you know, there's a difference in appeal and language execution, whether you choose to remain ignorant or competent of the two. This will come into play because the next game, which I'll talk about again later, the next game in less than 2 days, that is a divisive point. And personally, regardless of what your opinion is regarding which audio you prefer or making that slap joke, whoever doesn't experience both are ignorant to one. Like, as sure as pragmatic jokes like, oh, do people actually listen to English or do people actually listen to Japanese or whatever your preference is, it doesn't change the fact that you are ignorant to whatever you didn't experience. So it's gonna be that dialogue is gonna come up. Luckily, or coincidentally for me, which I'll mention later, that decision is made for me. So I have a pragmatic explainer to how I'm gonna approach this whole dual audio thing. But it's things like these pivotal cutscenes like this part that in my opinion, is so much richer when actors, writers, all the above get to be a little bit more flexible. And it's wonderful because now I have a dual take on and commentary on this potential line change. It happens multiple times. But it's only recent because Yakuza Like a Dragon was dual audio, Judgment, and then Lost Judgment. All the other ones don't have that perception. So it's all the incredibly biased, self-selected. It's not good or bad, but it is bias. It is pre-selected, and it is more ignorant and narrow-minded to have a perception, whether you're an English speaker or a Japanese speaker, playing a singularly culturalized language subset. So regardless of how efficient the subtitles are, reading is much like the art of voice acting or acting in general. It does not capture the essence of the language. And if you choose not to normalize yourself to it, you have to realize that you are ignorant to it. So in one way, for better or for worse, if you're proudly a person who loves to only hear specific audio and read certain subtitles, you must also proudly accept that you are ignorant of something else. And for me, doing the dual audio thing will create more conflict. So that's my trade-off. I have more conflict of interest. I have more things to think about that can reduce clarity. But it most certainly does not reduce the pragmatic observation that I have more if you pride on accuracy, right? Instead of emotional intelligence, you pride on intellectual intelligence. Someone who listens to both audios and process it are far more intellectually intelligent about this than someone who's more emotionally intelligent, which is someone who chooses not to listen to both tracks because they're more emotionally intelligent about their own interest, as in they couldn't care less about that. And sure enough, if they're happy, then they're emotionally intelligent about their interest. Just a little slight digression, but this is going to be a repeating theme because I really like RGG games, and it's going to go forever till the end of time of this developer, because they're going to encounter this dialogue over and over again. Sorry for the pun, but the literal dialogue about dialogue.
なあ母ちゃん俺のことも嘘だったのか
Oh no, I lied. There it is. Never mind. They kept the line. It's good. It's good. I like this. I like this line. So they had both lines, but nevertheless, my point still, that's the point that I thought about. So, just kidding. Just kidding about the line being changed. But this was the line that hit really hard. Was I just a lie too? Don't know if there's any difference now. It's just something I noticed really early, but I misremembered the sequence, right?
嘘だったのかよ。
And brace. So much brace here. Not just for this. Such a roller coaster. They like go from one beat to the next to the next. What an end scene. Yeah, see. Immediately. I love the framing where like Kaito's still there and then the same scene transitions into the next scene. The staging's so good.
ずっとおるんや。すまんかった。すまんかった。お前が。なんでよ。なんでよ、京さん。なんでよ。
Man.
またやられた。
Ups and downs, dude. Holy. Because I think what they did here is just the standard affair. It happens the most consistent thing about the finale is like, you know, this is fine. This is not fine. This is fine. This is absolutely not fine. Oh, this is okay. And then suddenly you just completely swaps like, okay, well then after, you know. And so life goes on. And I think to me, what's poetic about this is regardless of how melodramatic and like all bombastic it is, it's a great reflection of how life goes, you know? Like, hey, it's fine, you hit a wall, overcome it, then life goes on, right? If you hit a wall, it doesn't, then you're on that wall for like you either stop there or you get stopped there forever, but eventually life goes on or it doesn't. And oh, and also curse blanket. This scene features the hospital bed's curse blanket.
東のおっさん弱いな。
うるせえ。負けてやってんだよ。もう一回やるぞ。
いいぜ。絶対負けねえし。
That blanket is so cursed.
カイトの兄貴。あいてててて。まだ無理しないでください。大変な状態だったみたいですから。
3日も寝てたんだぞ。
3日も。ミコは無事なのか？
うん。ずっとカイトのおっさんをつきっきりで見てたけど、
The fruits
さすがに疲れ
basket
てたみたいでな。
from Yagami.
フラフラになってたから白樺のおっさんが休ませるって言って連れて行ったよ。
お前は母ちゃんについていかなかったのか？
うん。俺はいいんだ。東のおっさんがいろいろ遊んでくれたし。
いや、まあ暇だったもんで。貞本はダメだったみたいです。そうか。
Oh, this scene's good too. The next scene. This is
八神
the
からです
Yagami
出張から
ref-
戻ってきたみたいでさっきまでいたんですが
I forgot about
兄貴
it.
がいびきかいて寝てるの見たら安心して帰っていきましたよ
おお、そうか。
兄貴無理しない
Yeah,
で
the
ください
Dragon Engine doesn't have any cloth sims, so there's just a complete lack of cloth
傷
sims.
塞がってないっすよ
That blanket is a
じっ
static
とする
element.
気分じゃねえんだよ。
無茶しないでくださいよ
ジュン、ちょっと話すか。
え
Yeah, this is so good. It's a great consideration for the writing. The rooftop writing, regardless, June lost a father. And this is fantastic.
平気か。
This scene.
平気だよ。
June is 14. So, in actuality, that's an incredibly quick and fast way to process death and grief, or a mixed feeling. Like, you'd be a 14-year-old would, in my opinion, likely be incredibly conflicted with, like, possibly even the guilt of feeling relief at the death of a father, to losing the father, and like it's all sorts. But this was incredibly tastefully done in a really brisk way, a very video game friendly way, I suppose.
俺の死んだ親父はさ、ひでえ飲んだくれだったんだ。
え
家の金なんか全部酒に使っちまってよ。仕事にだってろくに行けやしねえ。酔っ払えば暴力だって振る。そんな親父だから大っ嫌いでよ。高校退学して家飛び出して悪さして少年院行き。その後はお決まりのコースだ。
そうなんだ。
だからガキの頃は親父なんて死んじまえってずっと思ってたよ。心のどこかで俺も自分がグレちまったのも親父のせいだと思ってた。まあそりゃ俺の責任なんだがな。
あ
確かによ、俺の親父はろくでなしだった。酒で自分の人生を台無しにした負け犬さ。だが実際死んだって聞いた時は不思議と楽しかった時の思い出が蘇ってきたんだ。なんでだろうな。生きてる時はあんだけ憎んでたのによ。悪い。こんなこと言っても慰めにはならねえよな。
親父に一度だけドライブに連れて行ってもらったことがあったんだ。今思えば親父はただ新しく買った車を乗り回したかっただけなのかもしれないけど、どこか行ってみたいかって聞いてくれて、そしたら海の見えるところまで連れて行ってくれてさ。
ジュン、無理すんなよ。
心配なら必要ねえよ。俺ならもう大丈夫だから。
そうか。
カイトのおっさん、俺決めたよ。ヤクザになるのはやめる。なりたいものが見つかったんだ。
ああ、そうなのか。何になるんだよ。
大事な人を守ることのできる強い男だ。あんたみたいな。だからもう大丈夫だよ。大丈夫だ。
ジュン、つらかったな。
大丈夫だよ。俺はもう大丈夫だから。
So good. Not even the
お
end.
前はどうするんだ？とりあえずミキコのいる白川さんのところに行くのか？
ああ、母ちゃんを迎えに行かねえと。ああ、そういえば白樺のおっさんにあんたが目覚めたら手紙渡してくれって頼まれてたんだ。
手紙？
ああ。
Final challenge.
海藤さん、以前お話ししたように僕は美紀子さんにプロポーズするつもりです。純君が戻ってきて彼女が落ち着いたらその時に。ですがもしもまだあなたの中に美紀子さんへの思いがあるのなら診療所でお待ちしております。白樺康隆。
あいつ。
なあ、何の手紙？
果たし状だな。
は？何それ？
ジュン、ミキコのところまで送っていくよ。
そうか？一人で行けるけど。
いや、俺も行く。
分かった。
If a 3-year cycle continues in RGG games, we'll see June when he's 17 or 18, possibly 18. So maybe 3 to 4 year cycle, and we'll see June as a cutting life as a brand spanking new adult. That would be interesting. Because this solidifies Kaito's relationship with Mikiko, and so I mean there are a lot of instances where things just go by the wayside and progress slowly, so might not as be much. Like for example, Lost Judgment and Judgment's Leap is 2 to 3 years too, and we still had like Saori and Hoshino moving at snail pace, but now they're getting married. So there's a lot of things that could come back, and I'm looking forward to Shirakaba. Maybe one that might not make the cut, but man, he'd make a great like a surprise guess, or I would not be surprised to see in a way him coming back to throw back to Lost Judgment, because Shirakaba is that probably an incredible companion to Kaito, really. There's potential left. Okay, so we still have to do one thing left. Before we hit Shirakaba and then have closing remarks. There are a lot of closing remarks because this is a legacy game, right? Legacy series, and it's just so much, but I'll try to keep it a little bit shorter. We need to locate Bomb Punch and I thought I remember where they were, or where there should be, but I don't. Oh. Right. Oh, because it has to happen during the day. Right. Bantam is where the Bon Punch is. But it had to be during the day. And in the story, there's no like I don't know if you can still day switch here, like a time of day switch. And thankfully it's during the day. I was a little worried that it was at night, the last scene, before the last scene. And then I'm looking for Master of Disguise. Oh, I know where it is. I missed it. So it's now being sold at the pawn shop. And with the skills outside the last one, presumably that's how you unlock a masked warrior, and then you unlock the last thing. I wonder what it does. Whoops. It's not the pawn shop. Oh, you know what I didn't do in Lost Judgment? Listen to the records, like the songs. I don't know if I even collected all of them. Not the these are the same ones as, I don't know. Yeah, here it is.
ありがとうございました。
And then let's make our way over to Bantam. Let's catch a taxi. There it is. What was this? If you asked me 20 years ago who win the Bantam weight title, my money would have been, oh, it's a reference to Jackal. Interesting. Jackal Nagisawa. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Alright. Let's see. What does Bomb Punch do? The time Kaito went to see the world. Oh, fair enough. He witnessed the champ unleash a sublime counter. Oh. This is his Tiger Drop? Slash Dragon Fist slash, you know, all the other names. Interesting. Only in Bruiser? Yeah. Alright. And then become able to, oh, freely disguise yourself. I was wondering, after learning this skill, go to the roof of Commodore Theater. Okay, yeah, this is it. And that's it. It just goes to the roof. Alright, cool. The rough. Wait. Okay, I'm definitely gonna use Bomb Punch, just see, but oh, hold up. Freely disguise. Yes. Yes. That's cute. That's actually pretty cute. So it's kind of like Premium Adventure, basically. Getting as close to Premium Adventure. Go to the roof of Commodore Theater? Yeah. Okay. It's not the way. This is not the way. It's fine. I'll take the long way around. Nice. Hey guys. Gotta wear this swanky suit, you know? The one thing I don't do in IRL. Oh, wait. Alright, so who's the Masked Warrior? What archetype are we talking about? So Masked Warrior had a knife dude, which wasn't like Soma. So it wasn't a throwback to Soma. Had a bat dude, just standard nice, standard bat dude. But the grappler guy was using the moveset of Oxus. Ox. And maybe it's someone we know. Yeah. It's Tesso. Can I want to use a bomb punch. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Oh, can I not bomb punch? Oh. Come on. I don't know the timing! There's a chance it doesn't work with bladed units. Sometimes a modifier for any counter is that it can't be used with bladed weapons, like with weapons like weapon masters. Let's read the skill again. When an enemy melee attacks, yeah, I think melee attacks means not weapons. Pretty sure. We'll try it elsewhere. If I can repel, then it counts as a melee attack, in my opinion. That's how I know. Oh, wait. I should be able to. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. I try to counterattack that, which I shouldn't have, really, because I don't think you can mortal. But you can repel, so... Yeah, you can freaking repel. Oh, there it is. I did it once. I still traded, though. I still traded in that, but I did it once. And it does knock him on his butt. Oh, that's it. Wow, that's not really exciting, huh? It can actually whip, too. Nice. Clothesline. Can you not, please? That was awkward. The staircase is like really screwing everything up. The music though. Wait. Is this the same music for the next fight? Shirakaba? I really like this track. I need to figure out what this track is. Honestly, I'm gonna figure out what this track is now. So I'm gonna use it. Well, let's find out if it's the last fight too. This track's amazing. Let's just heal. I mean, there's... Oh, wait. I guess we still have the Shirakaba fight. Probably not a big deal. Oh, you can counter even if it's behind the person. Oh, that's so awkward. So you can like quick step fast and then... What the heck? That was like a 360 hitbox. I'm trying so hard to do like the bomb punch, but it doesn't really seem like I understand where the window is. And Kaito was targeting the wall. Unfortunately, when you get up, you have to reorient. Okay. The alternative is to do this, more or less. Just like the RB, I forgot that RB makes you, you can't, you have to hold back, it's a nuance in the game. You have to hold back away from the target, not the directional target, to quick step away from your opponent when you have RB down. That is something that I have to adjust to. Because most of the time I play freeform games, and they do not do that. Oh, you can't actually trade with him. He deals so much damage to you. So much damage. Alright, fine. This camera is screwing me up so much. It's so hard to see. Two buffers. The Y got buffered and then my quick step got buffered. So it went backwards. That's why I stood still there. I thought I guess you can't guard that. Yep, buffered again. Buffered again. I'm getting some serious buffering. Input buffers doing some work on. That was a buffer. That was a buffer too. That time that was a movement buffer. Prevented me from EXing. Oh, I forgot about bleed. Bleed, just bleed on my... Alright, that's fine. Music! There we go. Lots of movement buffers. Even sits like Tesso. Hi. That's it for the trials I've been given. That's it for the trials I've been given by his clan. I can finally get this weird weapon off me. Oh. By his clan. Interesting. That is not referring to Tesso. It's probably referring to Amon. You can finally take that crest off and be at peace. Or leave it on and watch as challenges come for your head. The blood crest? Oh, maybe there's a hint in the blood crest. Is there? Oh, it's an it kinda looks like an Omi crest, but maybe it's... A suspicious crest worn by a person who fell in battle. No, maybe it's not. Hold up. Let me take a look at the Omi crest here. No, the Omi crest has like 3 lines on the bottom. What crest? Oh, wait. What is that referring to? I want to know. I guess not. No idea. I'm gonna have to figure that out. See if anyone knows. Alright, well that's it for that. That was actually the last achievement we needed. That's the extent of the DLC's completionist thing. It's in proper style. I mean, it's definitely a lower barrier. You have to equip all the skills, get all the fun. It's more or less everything, right? Find all the collectibles in the game. What this is void of, you know, the Kaito DLC is void of, is a checklist for like minigame participation, all that other stuff. It doesn't mean you don't have access to them, though. There's some mini games you can play as Kaito and whatnot. Not non-mandatory though. I wouldn't mind have just a superficial checklist of things to do for Kaito, as per usual, you know, to get that dopamine response. But you know, all the eateries are here. Ichincho is not available, but you still have all the eateries. You still have the batting cage, the arcade, the shogi. Yeah. Secretly thinking there was gonna be drone racing, right? Alright. It's time. It's time. I guess we're gonna try to practice the bomb punch against Shirakubo. Great scene too. Fantastic ends.
なあ、行かないのか？
ああ、行くよ。
順に正治さん？
よ。
カイトのおっさんが送ってきてくれたんだ。一人で行けるって言ったのによ。
そう。正治さん、ありがとう。
いいんだ。俺もお前と話したかったからな。
そっか。
やっとまともに話せたな。
そうだね。
元気だったか？いや、記憶喪失だったやつに聞くのも変か。
そうかも。純、よかったね。あなたのヒーローと一緒に冒険ができて。
うん。
久々に見たらたくましくなっててびっくりしちゃった。ほら、あいつの腕ひねり上げて倒しちゃってさ。
うん。護身術、母ちゃんに昔教わってたから。
なあ、ミキコ。お前はこれからどうするつもりなんだ？
どうって？
いや、家とかどうすんのかなと思ってよ。あんなことがあった後だし、家にも居づらいだろ？
ああ、それはそうだね。どうしよう。まだ考えてないや。だけど。うん。なんか白川さんがね、気晴らしに純と3人で旅行でもどうかって言ってくれてるの。
旅行？どこに？
世界中どこにでも好きなところに好きなだけだって。ま、冗談だろうけど。
ああ、そうか。
冗談なんかじゃねえと思うけど、あのおっさん医者だし金持ってそうだもんな。カイトウのおっさんと違って。
うるせえよ。
ミキコさん、中で一緒に映画でも。
There's the man legend himself.
手紙見たぜ。
それであなたは何をしに来たんでしょ
う？何をって、そりゃあ。
ミキコさん、ちょっと待っていてください。ミキコさん、これを。ミキコさん、僕と。
待った。
何でしょう？
だな。
Oh wait, we can choose the other thing, right? Let's see what happens. I don't know what I want. Let's see the dialogue option for this. Wait, what the heck are you thinking? June's watching? Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough.
ミキコは俺が連れて帰る。
連れて帰るってどこに？あなたの狭くて汚い散らかったアパートにですか？
それはこれから考える。それに俺のアパートは意外と片付いてる。たまには掃除だってしてんだ。
カイトさん、あなたの気持ちは分かっているつもりです。だけど僕としてもこれだけは譲るわけにはいかないのです。だから
分かってる。きっちり話し合おうぜ。
話し合いなんてしませんよ。
じゃあどうすんだ？
男らしく拳で決着をつけましょう。
は？おいおい、今時決闘かよ。それにミキコの気持ちはどうなるんだ？
カイトさん、これは僕自身が納得するための戦いなんです。言ったでしょう、最初から決死の覚悟だって。
お前、
ミキコさんの心は僕の方を向いていない。そんなことは分かっています。ですがもしもミキコさんの前で彼女にとってのヒーローであるあなたに勝つことができたなら、彼女は僕の方を向いてくれるかもしれない。だからカイトさん、
わかった。だが大怪我しても知らねえぞ。
その心配は無用です。
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same music track as the masked warrior that we just fought. If not, I remember being very fond of this background too. Freaking unit.
あんたその体
Rakaba is
半グレ連
freaking
中が
unit.
ミキコさんを狙っていると知った後、僕は誓ったんです。
He didn't even bother to take
この
off
人
his
を守れ
glasses.
る男になると。だからこの2年間
Oh, it is a
必死
different
にジ
one,
ム
I
に
think.
通い、格闘技を習い、実戦を想定した特殊なトレーニングを積んできました。愛する人を守り抜く覚悟さえあれば、気弱だったただの医者も鋼の鎧をまとうことができるのです。
Yeah, it's a different song. It's so good though.
わかった。その勝負受けて立つぜ。行くぞ白樺。
Unless it changes.
来い、カイトさん。
And wait, let's listen. Is it the same one? No, it's not. Oh, I really like this track too. Let's just appreciate it for a little bit. Oh my gosh. It's so good. I'll try some bomb punches while we listen. There it is. Too early. It attacks way slower than I think. We didn't get it. Flashbacks to Kiryu. This is a flashback to either the Dojima fight or the Nishikiyama fight. And I'm just trying to get like tiger drops in. Dang it. He's so... Yeah, I'm doing it too early. Can I bomb punch? Dang it. I keep missing. Yeah, I keep getting the counter attack because I'm either slightly early. Oh, I was trying to see if I could bomb that. Yeah, I'm dazed. Status effect. I'm always early if I'm trying to anticipate. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. There it is. Oh yeah, that's right. That's awkward. Does this frame data change? Oh really? I'm always early. What the dude, the number of times I'm early. Freaking ridiculous. No. Let's try again. Whoops. Here it is. Oh, I can. Oh, but it's a trade. It's a trade. Manly punches. We did manly trades. Oh no, is he gonna throw it at... We did manly trades. All for the RP points. Whoops. Ow. I missed the first one, so... Oh, he gets healed too. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sure. Early again. The heck is that buffer? Here we go again. This track was really good too, but I actually... It's tough to choose. There's so many good tracks in Lost Judgment as a whole.
俺の勝ちだ。文句はねえな。
すっきりしました。すごく。
ほんと男ってバカだよね。それで
Definitely the men around
あな
her,
たはどうしたいの？
for sure.
私を連れて帰るとか言ってたけど。
そうだな。
It's poetic because she attracts those men, because she's kind of like that, if you know what I mean.
そうだな。
Gotta put on that shirt first. What a great end scene too. That feather on the cap. Beautiful music. Soaring chords, piano chords, and string instruments.
ありゃ嘘だ。あいつの言う通り狭くて散らかってる。風呂はカビが生えてる。
へ？
引っ越す金もない。
そうなんだ。
仕事は一応探偵だ。だが収入は安定していない。給料未払いの月もある。
それはちゃんともら
We'll
わないとだ
never
ね。
know if she meets Yagami. Oh man.
一
Yes.
緒に来るか。
The pause. Music fade away. Wait for the moment question. Great music beat. Oh, and this song is fun. Seems like most of the music checks out for Lost Judgment, actually. So good. It's good to me in a variety of manner, like ups, downs, sideways, flips, wet faces. There's just so much going on all at once. So many thoughts. Okay. One thing is a shame is they didn't give the end credit TLC that they did for the base game. That's it's excusable for that incredible storytelling. Again, I wouldn't have mind a checklist just because I enjoy completing checklists. So we're gonna do closing remarks incoming. So to do this, I want to check what records I have. And can we find the track? Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Let's dance. Oh yeah, I forgot. These are all the school tracks. The dance club tracks. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. How did this one go? Oh, right. This one's okay. It's got that beat, you know. The last one is the surprisingly J-pop-ish, but English lyrics. It's the easily the like so perfectly J-poppy. But with the English lyrics as the primary. Okay. Oh, and I could just leave it on here actually. All wells that ends well. Which one was this? Oh, right. Man, this would fit so well in a Western. Okay. Faster than lightning. Oh, okay. Ooh. What? Yeah, these aren't the ones I'm looking for, so let's Oh, I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna hit an ad, aren't I? Because of the YouTubes. Hang on. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go find the track. We gotta listen to that track again. It's fantastic. All right. So fine. I guess we can use the Shirakaba as the as a way to try to find what the music track is. It's called Determined by Passion. There's a 30-minute extension of it. Fantastic. I really like the Masked Warrior one, but we'll use this one. Hold up. If there's an ad that shows up, we'll pause it. All right. I embrace YouTube for what it is, so there might be an ad. We'll see. But let's put this on. So good. Let's enjoy this for a moment. Wait, why is this 96%? What the heck? Oh, it's probably because of the premium venture. Alright. We'll use this as we'll use the menu as a way to reflect on numbers, right? So, okay. So now we're gonna go into our closing remarks. So, one thing I have to say before I go into these thoughts is that I threw around the word review or rating or summary. I think what I can really say about these end things, right? Like the completion end, I'm gonna call them closing remarks, like just retrospection, or probably using the word retrospection is a more like formal way of saying it, but they're closing remarks. Because one thing I don't want to give the impression is when I think about the word review or rating, I earnestly, in my opinion, both personal and professional, that a review or a rating requires a comprehensive encyclopedic knowledge of the topic in hand, and that lofty standard is something that I worked professionally under for quite a long time, and it's easily one of the most emotionally daunting tasks I ever have to do. So instead of turning something like this into a daunting task that I would otherwise do professionally if I journey back into professionalism in any way, which gives you an idea that I am not an acting professional. I am not someone who's currently employed as a professional, right? It would be definitely in the future sometime. Not for this stuff, probably, but for other stuff. So I want to call this a more of a retrospection or a closing remark about the game, because these things balloon. They don't have standardized formats. I try to adhere to certain talking points, and will continue to practice and rehearse this. It's about closing remarks is about what I remember viscerally as I complete a project in the moment at the present time as actively as I can without the burden and the excessive use of intellectual intelligence. Because if I were to present a proper review and rating, it would involve weeks of writing and prep and formal recording and whatnot. So this is informal. It's not meant to be comprehensive, and it's meant to represent, I guess, my end user experience and as much active participation and empathy as I can, and fairness and to the perception of the developer and the publisher. Largely, I'm a little bit more partial to that because that is the part that is incredibly interesting personally. The end user has well more than representation online. Like, if I said I love this, I love that, I don't like this, I don't like that, you're going to find enough end user representation that you'll find your favorite person who likes the things you like, hates the things you hate. I will review those things most certainly as a person looking out from outside and in, but generally speaking, I like the game within the game is to understand the creator, because the creators are what makes these things possible, and the creators are trying to offer something that I cannot offer myself. That is quintessentially what I define as entertainment. I do not personally find it entertaining to reevaluate or reaffirm things that I deal with, I understand about myself every day. So if a creator out there is telling me what I should like, that's interesting. I'm not saying I will like it. I'm saying if a creator is unapologetic and free to flex and have the liberties of taking on the challenge of telling me what I should like because I don't know it yet, that is the developer's perspective that I'm seeking. I'm looking actively for that. It's not a developer that is trying to sell me the product they already knew I like. I do not, as it still warms my heart, absolutely. So like, if coincidentally the game just literally panders to me, I absolutely appreciate it, nevertheless. But I don't go out of my way to be pandered, because for very cultural things, upbringings, what have you, the summation of myself is when someone panders to me, it makes it's all sorts of stuff. A combination of the awareness of self-guilt, like non-growth. There's so many things to deep cut, which is a discussion for another time, because we're going to be reflecting on Lost Judgment, including Kaito files, right? So just a long story short, I love games when they're dictated to me. as opposed to games that are pandering to me, like are serving me something that I'm well aware of, right? And these games I wouldn't have completed, still officially for another 2 days, completed the entire modern RGG collection. And I say modern because this does exclude, so far, for the time being, Like a Dragon Ishin, and any of the collective mobile games and like Dead Souls and stuff, largely due to accessibility. And what I mean by accessibility, that to me, accessibility also includes having income and like being able to purchase the games in both ways, both monetary and literally having access to the games. Not a criticism in any way, honestly, and not an emotional attack on the publisher or anything like that, because I just don't have the money yet. So when I go to play Like a Dragon Ishin, I will purchase it for the emotional value that I am willing to do it, right? So if Ishin goes on sale for $30, I'll buy it for $30. That is an emotional value I impart to something materialistic like fiat money, right? Like fiat, which I would say it's not represented really well to other people. People's awareness about money is some objective standard that they impart on other things. That's fair to them. I suppose I can try to empathize with that, but money is a measure of one's emotional investment, in my opinion. And that is to provide a disclaimer that I am somewhat privileged, but the reason why I am privileged in the sense of not being taxed for money is that I do make decisions like that, as in I haven't played Ishin. In fact, it was not playing Ishin that enables me to budget under my stringent concerns for that to play Like a Dragon Gaiden in the next 2 days. So with all that said, what can I say about the new Darling series, right? This is the Judgment series, and for all intent and purposeful, there are many things that are mechanically familiar. And what I mean by mechanically familiar is these are the topics that I genuinely feel a great vast majority of journalism, especially video game journalism, focuses on: the design, the pragmatic structure of a game. So Lost Judgment, the Judgment series has all those. So we're going into the first part that I've been trying to standardize when it comes to legacy gaming. Most of the time, when I talk about a legacy series, is often a legacy series is dealing with the idea that the developer and the publisher both collaboratively encourages an iterative design language that is also literally represented by an ongoing universe or IP that they have going. So it's not simply just that the IP shares its namesake, because, you know, Square Enix with Final Fantasy breaks that mold. It's a legacy developer, a developer and a publisher who has, what's a good word for that? Has a philosophy of preservation, as in not using the foundations they have and iteratively expand on them continuously, to the point where even the creative aspects of it is an extension of their legacy. So I'll always break it up into the perspective of one from legacy and one from new approach. And I will share my empathies with legacy players and then empathize with new approaches using my thoughts when I play other games, right? Newer games, like games that I'm unfamiliar with. So those are the two main facets: legacy, new. And also, we always start the structure. We start with the pragmatic stuff and then the subjective stuff. So let's get the pragmatic stuff addressed, which is going back, I digressed a little bit, but to the vast majority of journalism, right? Gaming journalism. So quick to the point, the stuff that's quantifiable, the stuff that tends to be what, regrettable, in my opinion, unfortunately, the representation of the vast majority of gamers, what they're interested in. So, volume. It has all the volume. You see it here? All the shops are here. Every shop from Ichincho, largely. Probably also licensing, give or take a few shops due to licensing. So all the eatery checklist is here from like Yakuza Like a Dragon. So this is still historically passed on, right? And then we have your Town Go, which is your checklist. It has a unique UI, but largely the concept is here, and it's just as long, the highest volume, right? One of the highest volume for being the latest developer installments of their formula, right? And then we have tasks, right? We have our main cases, which are not, it's actually here. So all our main cases, which is the MSQ. You have your side cases, right? And then we'll talk a little bit more about school stories in it. But in terms of share volume, it's bigger. It's bigger numbers, bigger permutations in a raw number sense. Combat is expanded. Even more combat elements, right? So now we're up to, technically, we're up to 4 styles, right? So all of that, fine-tuning, mechanical, variety, bigger and better, as many journalists would say is a great positive. A lot of times, not all the time, because we have seen Ubisoft, right? So this, and I'm sure I'm sure there's at least 3 or 4 reviews out there that made the startling comparison between the Ubisoft effect, as I coined it. I'm using it in that way. The Ubisoft approach versus the RGG approach. Someone somewhere, I would say you're gonna find an example of this comparison where like volume versus a volume comes in 2 aspects: variety, abundance, and I mean repetitious abundance. So like what I mean by that is Ubisoft has sidelines variety a lot of times for repetition, and repetition creates, you know, overstaying welcome and whatnot, and it can become monotonous, it can string out, it can feel artificial length. RGG, when it comes to volume, and when I'm talking about objective volume, it's about variety. Now there's a trade-off in both sense. For the repetition approach, right, I just listed some of the trade-offs that are inherently negative in the social eye, is that it becomes very boring, fast, it overstays its welcome, and certainly variety doesn't. However, when something hits, variety's approach doesn't stay. So it can leave you wanting more. So in one way, variety actually lacks depth, right? It trades off in depth. So it's a balancing act. And repetition I'm not saying it did, because I'm not a person who played any of the recent Assassin's Creed, for example. But repetition or iteration, which is actually a Japanese developer at large, is strong suit, iterative design, tends to lead to more complexity, even if it's repetitious. What I mean by that is, as a mechanic can explore repetitiously, it will continue to mature. And if it doesn't literally mature, the playing of it becomes mature due to the length of someone playing. So, in a way, you could argue that replayability is a version of extending volume, right? And replayability comes with the context of volume as well. So in this game, variety can lead to wanting of more repetition. However, the game has been formatted in a way that you can repetitiously play these things again, right? Because the structure, the mini games are still here. All the mini games and whatnot, they are modular in a way that can be repetitiously played. So in a way, RGG has kind of addressed that wanting more. But depth is something that sorta can be emotionally compensated for. Like, finding new challenges and stuff can be self-imposed. But generally speaking, depth has a cap. And while they emphasize variety, they emphasize just enough of the essentials of all the different tasks as to not overstay their welcome. For those who get attached to certain things a lot, which is ironic because the thing you get attached to is best represented in this game series, like as a large, like both Judgment and like a Dragon. However, most people actually get attached to the things that are tenuous and ever-changing, which is this segment, all the objective quantifiable stuff. The combat, I don't expect to stay. I earnestly think that RGG has this historical nature of the quantifiable mechanical stuff to be revamped or remixed, or not just expanded. But every 2 cycles, every 2 games, it's usually an inherent expansion and tuning. But then comes like the next generational leap. Generational leap as in a new gen reinterpretation. It's usually around 3 games. The 3rd game, or sometimes maybe it can be pushed to the 4th, because we're in uncharted waters nowadays where there's overwhelming success for their titles, so it can prompt another one. But if this series is going to come back for 3rd round, it's going to be coming back for a 3rd and 4th round. And those 2 are going to dispense with a lot of, in my opinion, they're going to... I personally, I'm on a 60-40. I'm more for this idea that this is not here to stay. Like, just pitch it, hammer home a new system. Like, it'll still be combat oriented. I'm just saying, like, this type of maybe a reinterpretation of how to flow and execute moves and all that. That's what I'm saying here. But objectively, it checks all the marks of an RGG game by the volume. And volume is one of the major... I'm not going to go over all the other stuff because that'll take way too long. But volume is a quality... I know how that sounds. But volume is a quality associated with RGG's legacy. So if you're a legacy player, which includes pretty much all the journalists who like video games and write reviews, and then a large majority of the people playing RGG games are legacy players, if not 2 to 3 game legacy players. It doesn't have to be 9, but generally, so this volume accounts for 70 to 80% of its appeal. And Lost Judgment is only rivaled by Yakuza 5 Remastered. So, hands down, no debate. It gets all its score. It checks all the lists for the pragmatic side of things, all the things you can quantify that are facts. Fact. Most variety. Period. Right? Next to Yakuza 5. So, S tier. So, this is top. Now we go into the subjective stuff. The stuff that I don't... that, in my opinion, many people try to quantify it. And the standards for quantifying it is utterly misleading, almost discriminatory, in my opinion, and incredibly anecdotal, which means that it's subjective. So regardless of how they quantify, people attempt to quantify this, it ends up being an act of futility. But I want to acknowledge those things. So first, we want to say, first of all, I forgot one point. So we already addressed the legacy thing, right? Of the pragmatic stuff. Volume is max. For a new player, like say, I see this game Lost Judgment. It is incredibly unapproachable. I'm just gonna say that, like, as its intent, its intended product. One big thing though, for a mechanical player, this might be sufficient, but for a mechanical player, it'd be like the combat system is fantastic. It makes me flex my thing, and I kind of get all the other stuff, but all the other stuff becomes distraction then. So generally speaking, for a newcomer, this can be difficult. It actually is emotionally ambivalent, I would say. So if you're coming in as a new player, this comes highly recommended as what it stands as a legacy product. As a standalone, it can be a very important intellectual stimulating game, but the likelihood is emotional intelligence would play a big role in feeling disconnected with whatever, like even modern game design alone. Like this, the volume emphasis is already an uphill battle for anyone who's looking to break into RGG games, especially the Judgment series, right? It's the second of it. It's bigger and more convoluted, but rides on a lot of storytelling. So the storytelling, which we'll address later, is subjective in nature, so we can't really put them in the same. But in terms of combat, which doesn't change, right? It's a mechanical thing, mini games, all that stuff. It's a potpourri, and potpourris are very welcoming to mechanically casual people, and that is probably the largest market. So it's gonna be like I'll play it if it comes at the price point that it has. It'll meet that. However, it will not be as great as the legacy player's response, right? Now we go into the subjective stuff, and the centerpiece that counts for 80 to 90% of the subjective component that people still try to quantify. I'm thinking of very specific groups, the groups that have the most, arguably one of the most influence in totality. The subjective part is that RGG makes no exception that Judgment and Lost Judgment is going to be a legacy series, which is predicated on its writing, its cast. So that includes its cast. and its story. So the fictional character cast, both the literal cast and its fictional cast and its universe, even its assets are legacy. So these are all subjective natures. Like I didn't even go over assets. Like assets end up going in the subjective pile, not the pragmatic pile, which is where most, again, minor opinion, because you hear it all the time. It's like, oh, they're just reusing their assets and all that. It's like, it's legacy. So depending on your frame of mind, it's not an excuse. It's intent by design. So at least I would argue is an intent by design. It certainly is that too, when it comes to like efficiency, pragmatism, and all that. And I'm going to say this time and time again because I already looked at the little like splats of Like a Dragon Gaiden, and that's constantly used as an excuse. Like it's constantly used as an objective, pragmatic perspective, but it's a subjective intended choice. It's 9 games now into their development side. Now they're actually talking about the 10th or the 11th game since the modern standard. It is intentional. So stop using it as some like objective measure of something without understanding the perspective. In my opinion, I arguably what I'm saying could be constituted as lazy writing, reiterating the same point and being stubborn about it. But it's the pot calling the kettle black in this case. Only they're taking the place of pushing it as something I don't think is literally true. I'm not suggesting I'm saying what I say is true, but it's less likely to be that. That's my big criticism. So, in the legacy department, right? Storytelling. 2 games, that's all it takes. In fact, I would argue it only takes 1 game. But 2 games in, legacy is strong, it's powerful. Yagami's back, Kaito's back. Kaito gets his own DLC. It was glorious. All the characters, you got your in terms of the story, subjectively trying to, think about their design in general, I think it is intended to be darker. There will archetypically feature a villain that plays into a 3-tier system, the micro level, which is Yagami's like everyday stuff, and then rival. There will be a rivaling like conflict of interest, and then a weaving of the law and political system at the very top. And in terms of story, this game subjectively tackles a centerpiece theme that I would argue is probably to this day the most relatable so far, and they really hit it hard, and that's the idea of bullying and the ripple effects of bullying. But really the bigger, like the largest thing is conformity and like majority versus minority. Like it's still technically represented in all the other games because RGG tends to tackle social themes, and social themes wear different contexts, but in the end is an evaluation and exploration of the human condition. And I am a sucker for games. I wear it on my sleeve. It's human condition, you got my name written all over it. Because for me, I love to see other people's perspective and their presentation and their creativity channeled through communicating what they feel about the human condition to me. And in this case, so much is represented in the length of, I'm gonna give it a generous 25 hours MSQ, and then throw in another 30 hours of contextualized side stuff, and that'd be stories, relationships, girlfriends, or like love interest, and then we have school stories. So let's talk about that for a moment, and I think this is one of the highlights that I want to talk about. For the legacy player, you'll probably realize that, in my opinion, this is a great way to elevate a new order of storytelling. So originally, it was this, like, in the beginning when volume wasn't expanding enough, you had the side stories or the sub stories, and then the MSQ, the main story quest. And the main story quest takes center stage. Then there's a hodgepodge of side stories or sub stories. With the maturity of RGG's volume, right, they found elegant ways of creating an emergent level of storytelling. So what I mean by that is the sub-stories that used to be hodgepodge ultimately end up ballooning to such a big, gigantic thing that it itself had to be organized. And then those that make it into an organized thing also gets a TLC that MSQs once had, but now MSQs have been elevated. So you can see the like iterative design being built. So now you could even argue before there was a IDU and stuff, it was mixed ideas, right? Just ideas on the table. They were then unified to a main story quest. All the other ideas stayed as, you know, all the ideas that didn't make it to the main story quest is a side thing. But ultimately, I think what they wanted to do is they had humanizing side cases. In this game, they're referred to as side cases, your everyday tropes and stuff, and then the MSQ writing. But what they did now is there was a collective effort to create what back in the day they had sub-stories that had extra stuff, like extra steps, extra connections to the main cast or to a cast. It evolved into now what it's known as school stories. And oh yeah, this is Premium Adventure, right? So, or not Premium Adventure, but just the reset for all that. But school stories end up being a collection, technically a collection of connected side stories. So you still have the elements of side cases that run long, dastardly detective, like are connected to each other, right? And then you have the one-offs to punctate the environment. So the dastardly detective is an example of the supported side things that created organization. But then they went one above and now took all the connected side stories and created an overarching theme to the organized side stories. And that came in the presentation of school stories. And what that does is it elevates the connectedness. Now there's an emergent connection between all the connected side stories. And that's brilliant. And it elevates it almost to MSQ. So a main story quest. What is brilliant about this, in my opinion, again, this is entirely subjective, obviously, but I think pragmatically, there is some benefits to this. It creates a modular storytelling system. Like I think this is the highlight of this section when it comes to the subjective portion, the story stuff, and the legacy. RGG, I hope they keep I'm trying to see if this was intentional or not, but just the way they set this up, it's a brilliant way to create modularity in how you write stories for these games. And what I mean by that is from a person perspective, like from a faculty perspective, how do you go about writing a bigger game without having to rely on a singular writer, right? Because if a game needs to get bigger by volume and variety, even if one person is capable of having more time, more resources to write it, that one person is restricted by its variety because it's coming from one person. So, you know, just because George R. Martin can write more books, it doesn't necessarily mean it will offer more variety if it's restricted by one person, one creative person, right? And it will eventually become an impractical amount of time. Again, shout out to George R. Martin. Lots of time. So like what I mean is it becomes daunting for one person, and it, you know, you get writer's block, it's not all hits and whatnot. So the modularity of this, I feel, is a great setup for the idea that we have to keep in mind the centerpiece of RGG's games are its legacy, which is the story writing, not just the literal story. So Judgment and Lost Judgment isn't just a reflection of the fictional character here, it's the writers and the people who are involved in the project. And yes, I am aware that Nagoshi is no longer with the RGG group or Sega. He went off to establish his own studio with NetEase under his own name, Nagoshi Studios. However, his idea is conceptualized, but it's actually a different writer. It's Furata that wrote this. And there's only a single writer, as far as I know, for Judgment and Lost Judgment. But what is here kind of gives an element of the future, where, because RGG actually has 3, 4, maybe even 5 writers. And what I say is, I think there's at least 3 or 4 prominent writers, but the one writer is now the head of the group, which is Yokoyama. Yes. The way I remember his name is, it's Yokohama, but with a Y. With a we'll get back to him, but he's the head now, but he wrote a lot of the earlier stuff too. But there's other writers that are in it, and the way they designed this, it can be possible to go bigger, more variety, more writers. So yes, there are going to be things that you, like, as a singular end user, if you're someone who is coming in at first instead of a legacy player, even legacy players can be a tough sell sometimes. You have ups and downs. Like, things are ups and downs. Actually, School Story is a great example. There were some ups and downs and unevenness. However, this is still just largely one writer with supervision, right? However, in the next game, the bigger game, I am going to take a jab. I no doubt believe that they have separate writers writing specific scope within the scope of their ambition in the game, but in a modular way. For example, there will be a story for this mini game, and that story encapsulates the vision of that writer. And then maybe they bounce ideas back and forth. But generally speaking, School Story is a great example. And I am not going to... I'm gonna take a wild guess that even in a smaller game, like the next game we're about to play, like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, there's gonna be something like this. So what I mean by that is, there's gonna be an MSQ. I'm sure, I'm not sure if it's a single writer still, but the idea is to compartmentalize, to modular the story. So all the side stories, I guess they're gonna stick with the same terminology. So like in the next game, there's gonna be all the sub stories, but all those sub stories are gonna be collectively organized by a emergent entity. So there's gonna be one person who kind of fills the role of keeping you in contact with all of the sub stories. And that one person becomes a developing arc for all the sub-stories' progress. Just like, oh no. What's your name? Amasawa. So Amasawa was like the arc, right, of it. And she interacts with the arc characters of all the side stories that branch in the school stories, which is organized into their clubs. That's gonna carry over. So all these designer things are brilliant, in my opinion. It's one of the highlights. And what does this serve as a closing remark when it comes to legacy players and newcomers? Legacy players can appreciate, I like to hope, like myself, that now you can see the organization. The organization is, you can tell where it started and so you can appreciate that extra level of pragmatism given to what the group already appreciates, which is more story. But now it feels highly focused, even though it's heavily varied. So like there's always an upper level of organization in the craziness, in all the stuff. And that helps in a way to collectively organize the massive amount of resources an end user is expected while consuming this. And it kind of brings yourself closer to appreciating what the developers do, what the writers have to do. And in a way, it's a win-win. The writers have a sense of organization that allows them to exercise their creative liberty in a organized way and present it in an organized way to an end user who has to appreciate it. And it is a win-win-win, because if you're a new player, what you know now is MSQ, yeah, I'm gonna be ready because I'm a new person. The MSQ, I might be out of the loop. I might have to stretch a little. The second loop, we'll call it the... I don't know what I call this. This RGG side story. That stuff is for newcomers alike. It's less about legacy, even though it can have like fan service and stuff, but those are very light. They don't deep cut you all the time, right? They stand alone. So this part is to openly announce that, hey, this is a standalone, this is a thing that's unique to this particular game. School Story is particularly unique to Lost Judgment. These characters probably won't ever come back, except in the form of side cases, or in this case side cases, where they might have like a nod to them or something. And then we know that the MSQ is persistent. So this type of organization gives clarity, in my opinion, in a really crazy convoluted way. Because if you go and play anything pre-Yakuza 5, Yakuza 5 had some organization. it is outside of the MSQ. I mean, the MSQ is already chaotic. It relies almost predominantly on legacy knowledge and expectations and active participation. It is the showcase. Side cases is like everywhere. I will tell you, in terms of S tier and of its chaos and variety, Yakuza 3. Play Yakuza 3 remastered and play all 119 sub-stories. There's no sense of rhyme or rhythm. It's life. And in a way, you do lose that feeling, which to me has a novelty. Side stories are supposed to be the thing that humanizes everything, right? So it's chaotic. It's like life. This is probably, in my opinion, a great way to video game side stories chaos. It does trade off the novelty of randomly bumping into things and random. So there is a design language trade-off. One is there's less of that feeling in Lost Judgment. For example, you run around, it's like, oh, there's something to do, right? But what it does aid now is you know where to do things, right? And where things are important, it's no longer happenstance. It doesn't feel like happenstance or circumstance. Like, oh, why would I be going here? Well, here's something here kind of thing. It becomes organized. So there is a trade-off for that. But I think this is a very natural progression of making it more approachable from a casual, a newcomer, maybe just a judgment player, and at the same time the legacy can see what the purpose is, right? Like what the pragmatic purpose is. And still legacy players will still have their own experiences. The idea that nostalgia is still there and whatnot, it keeps hold of what the intent of this is. It still feels like slice of life stuff is happening without that novelty I was talking about, where you just like bump into random things and stuff. The reason why I want to emphasize that is this is still technically an open world game. Like what I mean by that is it's a game where all the other activities is asynchronous in a manner of speak. But with the higher level organization, it can feel less and less like a condensed open world game. And that's that novelty. Open world games tend to fundamentally want to seek disorganization because you want to happenstancely just wander into activity and whatnot. It becomes a breathing world, and that was kind of, in my opinion, the philosophical approach before something big like this happened. I think I consider this almost a generational mechanical developer's choice that is going to be held as an RGG standard moving forward. Don't quote me on this. Oh, well, yeah, you can kind of quote me on this. I'm 60-40. Yeah, I'm 70% to 30% that this would be the type of development for side stories in the future. In 2 days, we'll find out. I can almost say that it's as good as done, that this type of organization is necessary for, as a trade-off. Legacy players are like, yeah, okay. It flows well. It's a checklist. It's another checklist on top of a checklist. It incentivizes the checklist even more. And then a new casual player is like, oh, I like this organization. Now I don't feel like I'm missing anything or having to have legacy skill, you know, intellectual skill and investment to know where to look, where to go, what I should be doing, right? So in a way, it's going to be in Like a Dragon 2 as well. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, it's going to be similar. Where what I mean is storytelling is gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be, this is still peak right now because it's the latest installment, right? And it's the what we would consider as an RGG mainline effort, and not to be confused with the idea of people saying like what is canonical and what's not. And like mainline tends to refer to what is the showcase, or it's kind of ironic because using it in that sense feels almost non-empathetic to the developers. I don't personally think the developers feel like that would be an accurate depiction where like the effort is sideline or not sideline, especially for a Japanese developer. This is a mainline effort, right? When they think they're going to produce a smaller scale game, at least RGG discloses that. So what I'm saying is, the next game we're going to play in 2 days isn't that. Because Yokoyama specifically said, I would say more accurately in a way to paraphrase, in a way to interpret his words, I suppose, is a surprising development, but not in a mainline effort. And what I mean by that is, it wasn't originally planned to be a mainline project, but it became bigger than it was originally intended, and therefore we're releasing it as a game that is smaller in scope. So that's kind of a way to alleviate. I still think though there's gonna be an MSQ, and the efforts of Lost Judgment and stuff, that's probably one of the stuffs that expanded the game. So if I had to take a jab, they had an MSQ in mind, like Kaito files. So I'm kind of leading into the highlight of my personal takes and stuff. But Kaito files, the DLC, right? It features the main story, just non-existent side cases, right? No like school stories or anything. That's the thing that was absent, that would balloon the game into like a Dragon Gaiden. So what I would say is that they decided, hey, we wanted a DLC chapter, or maybe Yakuza Like a Dragon, or maybe even as an extension, like advertise it as a standalone extension of between 6 and 7. But it would be more like Kaito Files or Majima's Saga, where it features an MSQ, and that's it. But earnestly, if I had to say in some way or form, the spirit of this idea of the school stories ballooned into whatever they have in Like a Dragon Gaiden. And I am expecting to play a super tight story like Kaito Files, so it is relevant to this. Kaito Files is an incredible story, and it runs 6-7 hours, okay? 6-7 hours, I would say, something like that. Super solid. Like, it is just so good. Like, it's so lean. I kind of want some fat. I'm usually a guy who kind of like a good mix of both. Maybe like 15% extra buttery fattiness, in my lean stuff. So, Like a Dragon Gaiden, just a ballpark, it's probably going to be a 6 to 7 hour MSQ, which is going to be a wild ride of emotions and hopefully intrigue, political turns that will not surprise a legacy player. It's the same for Lost Judgment. There's an element of legacy knowledge and experience and thinking, if you're actively participating in these games, that will remove what they're trying to write for, which is writing to the idea that they can bring in new people too. So they are also writing for expanding their inclusion so that they can have more people playing their game and buying their game, obviously. So in this case, this is a great Kaito Files specifically is a great precursor to what Like a Dragon Gaiden is. It is trying to effectively present the experience that I had that I would empathize with those people who there was a $30 price tag on the Kaito Files that would have expected at least some collection of side cases and a completion task, right? So Kiryu in the next adventure is going to have a Kaito Files size story with a slightly, I'm going to say a slightly smaller version of school stories, but it's going to be appropriate contextually for Sotenbori. So just like maybe in Osakan, it might be in Obitarian, who knows? I'm sure we'll see the Obitarian again, but it could be someone like that, right? Who does the school story format for all the side cases, and then have a completion task on top of it. So all the fixings just smaller in scope. And we'll see, and in that regard, I do feel like we understand now, at least in my opinion, where the developers and the publishers deem as the scope of a DLC and a standalone game. And Lost Judgment is way above that. It is not a just enough standalone game. Their standalone game criteria is probably Like a Dragon Gaiden. So we have to normalize to that. Because $50 is, we're going to talk about money in a bit. But there's a psychological take on money. But this storytelling, absolute peak at the moment. Now, saying storytelling peaked, it's not to say that it only goes down. It really comes down to volume and time, right? And the next game, to temper the structure from understanding this, is that this is the quintessential experience. You have an MSQ that's unbelievable. You have a collection of side cases or side stories that is organized into its own emergent cast, right? That is unique to the game. And then occasionally, if there are side cases that just don't fit in anywhere, it still makes the game. But it becomes the lowest tier, but none other, they're still incredibly charming, right? Some of them, it's quite hard, like really hard. If you look at Like a Dragon, Yakuza Like a Dragon, there was the beginning of that. It is a little before this, where what they did was MSQ, Character Cast Bonds, which is an organization and it's centered around Survive, the hub. And then all the side cases. You know, like all the sub-stories, right? And that is... The bond system is because it's an RPG, it's a JRPG. It has its own cast already selectively in it, right? Yagami doesn't keep these. Technically, it's trying to make you feel that way. Yagami is supported by all the people in the sub-story, in the school stories. Like, so it's a way to continue to create that feeling of interconnectedness. And what can I say? It's fantastic. It's world building. at its finest. It creates MSQ is character driven, so it still continued to be character driven. The like the side stories and stuff has this collective now, so it kind of feels like it's character driven more than it's ever been. However, it's still lower level, so it feels like it's all over the place. But that character creates, that one slight character creates a network connected to, and it becomes more world building. Like MSQ is a blend of world building and character driven, but it's like 70-40, 70-30, 70% character driven, 30% world building. You step down, it becomes like 40-60, 40 character driven, 60, and you step downward, like it's just part of the world. And that's kind of where the subjective nature and particularly very organized and ingenious of RGG. I don't know if they are intentionally doing that, but it's hard to ignore. And all subsequent games follow this. And you bet your balls, it's so elegant if you think about it. And it's so unique to them. It from a writing standpoint, like they could just pick up anyone to write something. Now, like for example, if you think of this structure, it's like, hey, you know what? If someone really wanted to write someone who's like kind of like, let's just say a great influencer or something, it's like, oh yeah, this guy, he writes a great mystery novel, and he said he feels so welcome to write just like a tiny little story to include in the game. They can do it. I mean, the person who's writing the story could literally play themselves. It's amazing. What does this remind me of? We're gonna spend a lot of time talking about storytelling because this is the showcase. This is the weight, and I do feel like it's kind of a big disservice, and I want to overrepresent this. Most people talk about like, oh, the story's great and stuff, but then they heavily weight all the other. They disproportionately try to standardize themselves, right? So it is fair to them that they want to keep it fair to their system because they're not journalists who only writes for this type of game, so they don't make exceptions, which is very pragmatic and fair. However, all these games, even Lost Judgment, can only foreseeably see 8s, like 8 out of 10s, around 8. That's the consistent, because there's a heavier weight in the bigger picture, but it takes no journalism needs to require a standardization, so they adhere to standardization. But for myself, the execution of the story is paramount. It is a 9 out of 10 by default if they execute that, because it's just very unique to them. So if the storytelling and organization and stuff falls apart, the bottom is huge, because iterative design on mechanics, it's tough. It's not new. You can't even argue. There's so many things against RGG's design when it comes to meriting the rest, so it pulls it down. It always pulls it down. So to me, when I see that big 8, it due to standardized like ways of evaluating games, it's a 10 or a 9 from RGG, because the weight is, the system that is normalized is inherently biased against RGG when it comes to the weight of stories. Stories don't have replayability to the vast majority of gamers. And what I mean by that is the current paradigm in story is that when you know it, you know it. And I'm sure a lot of people, they can empathize with that. It's to the point where even another Sega property, right, Atlas, have made that huge funk about not spoiling Persona before getting the game to players' hands, because it's even acknowledging that from a publisher standpoint, where yeah, story-driven games often do not merit additional playtime and whatnot based on the story alone, because humans are incredibly impressionable the first time around, and generally do not participate in a second go around or emergent storytelling. With that said, that's what makes RGG powerful, in my opinion. They any developer that is willing to take the risks to make storytelling their centerpiece also takes up the challenge of thinking they can write story well enough to make it lucrative, hence replayable enough or experience enough to be transformative. So a story can go beyond just the facts of the stories. So it becomes more than just the stories. So it has to be a story that when someone plays it, they have a different experience, not knowing the story and knowing the story already. It has to be a different experience when each player plays the story. So you have story permutations, right? Which this doesn't have, by the way. And you know, there are many other mechanics that story dominant games have to decide creatively in order to make it fresh and replayable in the day of social media, like where, you know, doing what I'm doing. And to me, I'm like low-hanging fruit, honestly, because regardless if someone told me the entire story or not, those are two distinctively separate experiences. And my goal is to find learning process and adapting things I learned. So if someone told me the entire storyline of Judgment, I would play with their perspective of their entire storyline and still play it, because now I no longer focus on knowing what's going to happen, but knowing why those specific points that person pointed out to me. Like why did they summarize it in this way? Why did they do it in this way? That's low-hanging fruit, because for someone for RGG, because I will find the purpose of the story, like, because I'm more curious about the people telling the story, the people experiencing the story. So they don't necessarily have to build a story for that, but they have to take the challenge now to create a story that's worth playing, fully expecting that it's going to be spoiled, or it's going to be so big that people might just make a pass on the story, right? And I probably say, if you're not already playing an RGG game, then you're one of the people I've described, where either the story is too long, there's too much legacy, I don't want to touch that, or I don't resonate with the story, like I don't resonate with the context. I don't want to play a movie. I don't want to sit here and watch a movie, right? There are lots of things working uphill against story. Or I don't want to do this, or I don't want to expose this game, or I don't want to stream this game or advertise this game because I'll spoil the game. But whatever it is, it's either generally toxic compassionism or personal arrogance, or an inability to empathize, in my opinion. If you're one of those, I'm sure you're happy in the way you go about things, right? Honestly, another thing that works against RGG when it comes to storytelling storytelling focused games is that they get less exposure, period, because it's a storytelling game. Somehow there's a disproportionate bias in knowing what's going to happen and understanding the meaning of it. So the large value of an RPG game is something that their favorite influencer can tell them, and remove all the first-hand experience, which they overvalue in my opinion, or the second-hand critical thinking. That could be possible, but it's a vast minority. So in this case, when you play a game like Lost Judgment, if you decide to stream it, it's irreparably far less popular. Any story games tend to be far less popular, expansively, reproducibly, or lucratively, because memory, I suppose, or novelty, or first playthroughs, or surprises, or emotions. And I have to highlight this when it comes to value of the story, because that's what RGG is sacrificing, in my opinion, pragmatically. And as someone who writes or wants to write things or create things, I can empathize with the daunting task of somehow creating all of that. They have to, in my opinion, as a director or maybe even a publisher, you have to think about the product you're investing as a publisher, and as a director you have to think about the product at large. Like, how do you do this? And to me, that's why in 8 all the time, because you're arrogant and prideful about overweighing certain, like making an exception and overweighing and being fair and stuff, that's toxic compassionism. I think the Lost Judgment as a whole, which I'll get to the rating at the end, if you're not playing an RPG game, it is very difficult for me to believe you appreciate storytelling in a video game. And what I mean by that is those who believe they understand what it takes and understand the work and organization and obstacles people have to overcome to consistently provide more and more volume, unified, organized themes, characters consistently over 2 decades in storytelling. If you haven't played an RPG game, it almost rivals that of visual novel games. The only reason why I say almost is because visual novel games are completely legacy based, and there are ones that go even beyond their roots to the next other element, which are authors, right? Book series. And a little between those two are mangas. Mangas have long legacy that are required consistently to perform. So if you're not a book reader who plays video games or any of the above format, and you go around trying to evaluate storytelling like you know, through your experience in video games, and RGG's games are not on your list, that's kind of like saying you know exactly how to play Souls-like game, but you never played a FromSoft game. So call it a challenge or something. I don't know. I'm not. It's not going to lead to. I'm not guaranteeing you happiness or something by figuring out how storytelling goes. But RGG gets my hat. It gets my extra point, like extra rating points for understanding that legacy. Meanwhile, you know, journalism, you have a boss, you have an employer, you have a upkeep and non-negotiable freedom sometimes. So you hear all this stuff about like, oh yeah, it's great for I've played all the installments and I've understand the stuff, and then it's like slap 7 and 8 out of 10 because legacy and storytelling has no weight, right? Because even in my position as a person who needs to standardize, you can't do that. It goes into my digression the other day about business is unempathetic, but this is not a review. This is not a red play. This is not a comprehensive review that's standardized. It's where I'm putting way more elements and weights on storytelling. Have to play a game, have to play an RGG game. If it is any, is Lost Judgment when it comes to the essence of storytelling in a video game. I've played a lot of storytelling games personally. It's not a specific criteria. Anecdotally, this is peak, not just for RGG. Like, it's so difficult for me to even think I would say, in my opinion, say something like Final Fantasy VII or any Final Fantasy game. I've played almost all of them. Who knows? I might be, corrected, and there's still Final Fantasy, the Final Fantasy trilogy, right? Final Fantasy VII trilogy. And it's also worth disclaiming that I'm a person who likes legacy. So legacy means that the most current game, Lost Judgment here, represents all of the storytelling that has ever been written that's related to Lost Judgment. And it's bolstered by that. It is unfair, technically, in a objective system, like a system that tries to be objective, like reviewing video game. Again, I know I sound like a broken record, but reviewing video games try to objectify legacy games a lot, which is, I have to remove myself and evaluate this game on its own merits and whatnot. You can't. I would say there's an appropriate time to do that in an inappropriate time. And as if a game is legacy bound. This game is legacy bound. Lost Judgment isn't just Lost Judgment. It is Kamurocho. It is RGG. It is the story of the developers. In fact, you might be saying, oh yeah, but Nagoshi is not going to be there in the next one. You will see that in their game design. If he, in fact, imparts specific identities, foundations, it tells the story of RGG development. Legacy products, like legacy creations, tell the story of the creator. It's a lens into a group that stayed together largely for a really long time. How many of that can you say for other video games? And their content literally is legacied. We're not talking about like Final Fantasy where, yes, there might be a core group that went, but their philosophy was to be detached. Like, they deliberately intended to compartmentalize their things. I don't think RGG storytelling has any of that. There's no element. I would challenge anyone who thinks they're an RGG fan to challenge the idea that they obviously want to always separate themselves from the world they built and always build new worlds over and over again. Like, oh, those characters, they're not important. They're not persistent in the world. Obviously, RGG's intent is to always create new characters every single time and dump the old. It's not. So when you evaluate a product, you have to make concessions. You're like, oh yeah, this game, like a Dragon Gaiden, some of the early remarks are like, yeah, it's Kiryu, you can't help but feel and cry and still feel painful, because his final journey, like his final adventure might be the next one, etc. and whatnot. And then it's like, oh, I'm sorry, but that doesn't carry any weight in an objective in an objective metric that only evaluates the game as a standalone. It's like, all right, cool. Well, I'm here to be a contrarian to that. And I've gone so long, that's because the story keeps getting longer. So Lost Judgment is a combination of everything. And to say it's peak RGG, I'm probably gonna say about the next game, then the next game, then the following game, then the following game. Regardless, if RGG continues to be the group, predominantly the same group that it's going to be with its collective of writers, its inheritance. It's not fair, right? It's not fair objectively, but it's also fair emotionally. And fairness is actually a combination of both a lot of times because we're human, right? So it's in my opinion, it's absolutely ignorant and comical that fairness comes with objectivity solely, where like, oh, it's only fair that that human being starts at the same place as this human being. You have two different humans, and you think it's fair that you both start at the same place. Well, you both don't start at the same place in the first place. So there's always a component of empathy. It doesn't stop us from like if you have 10 runners start at a start line and finish at the same line, but that's with agreement emotionally. So the fairness comes with 10 runners emotionally agreeing that it is fair in the sake of competition. In the same way I'm doing here, is only fair and objectively and subjectively that the story takes predominant weight in the evaluation of RGG games. Because what are the competing ones? Well, you in this context, what are the other competing ones? Well, the idea is the number is very, very low, in my opinion. So that's kind of a telltale sign that it's not popular. But somehow RGG is making it possible. It's just not popular. And it's reinforced by this system of evaluation, especially influencers and the as a matter of fact society right now. It feels weird to feel sadness and happiness for fictional characters. Fictional characters can't teach you anything about the human condition and life. It doesn't have a vehicle. This game does all of it. Actually, most RGG games does all of it because they're all human condition pieces. Because it's contextualized with real world. It's constantly a real world take on current social problems and themes. And it's so great. It's kind of a weird way to say this, but it's the most sussy game politically, religiously, culturally. But since it's a game, it is incredibly profound to touch on these types of stories while making it approachable as a video game. If you take these stories and place them in a different forum, like a Reddit post, it would be highly controversial. And RGG was managed to do that while exposing, for better or for worse, this game, I would encourage older people to play these games, not necessarily young, because there are some early exposure concerns and whatnot. That's what's amazing. Am I thinking, do I ever think about these problems with storytelling for other games? No. It's been a very long time since I've spent so long talking about the human condition, themes, motivations, mindsets, health, how stories are told, the pragmatics, like all that stuff. That's avoided in the vast majority of even more popular games that are more popular, definitely more lucrative, most definitely better, well received, incredibly rewarding to the vast majority of players, favoring mechanics, which all those come with trade-offs. Well, that's what the people I'm referring to would call trade-off. It also means they're narrow-minded, repetitious, small worldview, avoiding real life escapism, incredibly and highly sensitive to being reminded of how ugly and beautiful and sensitive human nature can be. So what do? You escape from all that. So all those video games kind of just circumvent this. It's like, how do you make a villain not turn your stomach like Sadamoto in Kaito Files or Soma in Lost Judgment? You make him an unholy, chaotic entity that's unrecognizably non-human. What do I see when I play those games? A human created and wrote that beast. What does it serve pragmatically? It serves as a projection of things they want to exude. Maybe terror, fear, chaos, whatever it symbolizes. That's what it symbolizes. But a lot of individuals nowadays who can't understand, in my opinion, at the moment, and not appreciate what storytelling, how transcendent storytelling is, prefer that the literal thing circumvents all their expectations. So what I mean by that is they don't want to see bullying because they hate bullying. They don't want to confront and talk about bullying or play about bullying because it reminds them of things they don't want to see. Or maybe they're afraid to get... There are so many things that prevent you and undermine storytelling. It's so much so that, in my opinion, storytelling is subconsciously belittled and devalued because arguably the people who devalue them find it the most intuitive thing, and the most intuitive thing is no, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're the most competent in it. The most intuitive thing means it's the cheapest to do. So what is the hardest thing to understand? Or what is the biggest challenge in a video game? To me, I would argue it's not the mechanics. The biggest challenge and the fun part is figuring out why they wrote this story. Who wrote this story? What is it? Because you can never know the answer until maybe you can, if you're lucky, maybe you can find some answers, but you'll never know if you're right or wrong. When you play a video game and you beat a boss with a sword, you know you beat the boss. You know you'll eventually beat the boss. You can't have a 30, 40 hour argument about the meaning of why the argument of conflict of interest between Kuwana and Yagami and what the intent of the developer's inspiration was. Generally, it could end up being all of the above or none of the above or none of the ideas that are shared. But the easiest part in a video game is knowing what you're told to do mechanically. You have to beat this boss by reducing that boss's life to 0. How do you do it? Here are all your tools. Choose your favorite tool. Even within all of that, there's still certainty. Understanding a story? No. You might be thinking, well, I already know the story. It doesn't have a value beyond the story. It's like, have you written a story? Have you told a story? Have you spoke to someone about how your day is? How clear are your explanations? How do you move someone with your words? It's like, well, you know, if I'm good at running, it makes me a great runner, so I can do, like, you know, there's a lot of things like, well, guess what? The one thing you can do a lot of times, with a few unfortunate exceptions, is that you can move people anytime, anywhere. And that's with your words. Words come cheap. There are so many idioms that devalue storytelling indirectly. Words are cheap. Action is king. Speaking is an action. Communication is an action. Storytelling, storytelling don't literally have to be words, but they are words from a creator standpoint, right? Like that stuff. But visually, non-verbal communication, right? All that is still part of storytelling. World building is part of storytelling. Because the world can tell you something about it. So when you walk into a room, you can read the room. So there's all that, but you know, none of that, in my opinion. I could have someone. I would love to hear a very cogent argument that they believe storytelling taught them these things, or like they actively extracted that type of information from this. To me, when I sat down, Mystery Research Club, you know, Sherlock Holmes, her obsession with Sherlock Holmes, mystery solving, reckless behavior, danger seeking, like all that stuff. Then you got the dance club, right? And then you have to get in the mindset of a kid, and then funding, robotics club. All the clubs have something that you may or may not have experienced, fine for, apathetic or indifferent, like being indifferent to. All that stuff can be informative. How? You never know. Can you retain all of that actively? Well, that's a great challenge. I mean, you certainly can beat the FromSoft boss for the 100th time mechanically in a row, but can you remember 100 different ideas to explain to someone? Well, I can tell you one thing. If RGG can compel me to sit through a story about an entire high school of kids, I'm sure they at least understand how to explain an entire school of perspectives. That is a great skill. And my discussion here is a consequence of being exposed to what they share. And I'm not even spoiling anything. I'm barely spoiling any of the game. I literally just said up to this point that the organization of the story... Oh yeah, by the way, Yagami's a detective. And he goes to a high school, and you know that there are clubs. It doesn't even touch what they've written. And I can't possibly go into that. This is 36. This is video 36. I played the runtime for my game is over 200 hours. And that's withholding most of my thoughts about life and kids and high school. And what I mean by now is you would say a lot of people would like to, with literal experiences, would say, well, I'm not a high school kid anymore, or they would relate to their high school experience. It's like, well, not even that. It's transformative now. I love teaching and education, and this became not only a reminder of what my high school was like my high school experience anecdotally, it also changes my lens and my understanding and the things that a group of people in Japan made as a representation of high schools in Japan. and some of the conflicts and stuff that they encounter, and me as someone who's also looking as someone who talks to youth a lot and educate and influence, right? So storytelling is transformative. It is through the lens, it is legacy bound. Your perspective is ever changing if you're a person who favors storytelling and legacy. So when it comes to this, it's so hard for me to even say it can be objectively sound to evaluate RGG's story if they continue the legacy. What you can say is you can probably say volume or length. But if they continue to commit to a legacy bound thing, it only grows. You don't disconnect yourself as a human being, so you certainly don't disconnect yourself in a continuous story. It doesn't stop journalism, like especially contemporary journalism, from doing that. We're like, oh yeah, okay, say none of the other games exist, so their stories are just gone. Well, this game's story doesn't exist without it. Like, it's on a continuum. Like, well, alright. Let's just say, like, mechanically speaking, you could, and I would still argue against this, but someone could say, like, oh, you're playing this game, and this game trains you to do something you've never done before, so now we can objectively evaluate its merits on its own. It's like, you're telling me that a human being with all of its experience, all of their stories, all of their cumulative knowledge, you can say that this game can be evaluated uniquely because that human has no pre-selection qualities to it. Even then, I can make the argument that that human experience is already pre-selected for your game. So when you're starting to evaluate games, that's why I say, when someone says this is the definitive, comprehensive review of this product, it's like a comprehensive review of any product human made lived longer than you. I mean, I get what you're striving for, so I empathize with that. It's incredibly brave and incredibly admirable as an attempt. My thought is, it can't ever be comprehensive if you choose to not be comprehensive about it. So the conflict of interest I have here is someone who believes they can evaluate something that is void of legacy. I think you can evaluate something as comprehensively as possible, but it's necessary to understand it is legacy. So, this game isn't as good as the first game. It's like, well, this game is the legacy of the second game. So, as a comprehensive review, you would pit two games against every other game that only ended with one game, which creates some bias as well and things that aren't objectively true, but subjectively true. Lost Judgment is a series that has two games that were wonderful and they support each other. You could have two Final Fantasy games that are wonderful and exclusively consistent within the developer group, but those two games don't support each other, like creatively, in like a in a literal sense. So yeah, a journalist could evaluate FF1 and FF2 differently, and even then I would have trouble separating them because what goes into FF1 probably also go into FF2. That component of journalism just doesn't exist, in my opinion. Or it's non-relevant. It's just, and rightfully so. Like, statistically, what I mean is it doesn't get clicks. It's too long. It's laborious. Legacy is long, by the way. Like, if a human only has enough lifetime for one person, themselves, and maybe one or two other people, they wouldn't have time to hear the legacy of an entire developer group or the entire publisher. And I'm not suggesting you should, but you have to or anything. But awareness of that is great. Like, there's no concessions. There are rarely concessions in ratings. A number is a number, unfortunately, at the end. And when someone sees an 8, they imbue and project their own perspective of what that 8 means. It's so much so that it even makes journalists into a number. So, like, a lot of times the people who are writing and sharing their thoughts and stuff, they write it in a manner that almost conditions their audience to treat them like the same thing. So now I'm doing the same thing here. I'm normalizing that too. Like, oh, a vast big majority of journalists would behave a certain way because their audience or the mainstream behaves a certain way. And it's not, we're not trying to figure out the chicken or the egg kind of deal. Just, it's worth noting. Story's amazing. I can't tell you where to start. Amasawa's Sherlock Holmes and Watson thing, you know, detective story. The MSQ is about bullying. It talks about sacrifice, the politics about bullying, even talks about youth versus seniority, right? Conformity. Oh, conformity is such a big thing. Homoculturalism, as in like singular homogenous thought in a wider aspect, like a country-wide aspect. So many things to talk about, and I've already talked about them at like a broken record through like 200 hours. So it comes down to the ultimate thing, and I basically just threw out all the ways I talked about closing remarks of the previous game. Down to the rating, like that number, that magic number, right? And it comes in two parts, actually. And I need to highlight my, if it isn't already apparent, easily, without a doubt, peak storytelling and all the other fixings. All the other fixings are like a mammoth, overwhelming icing on top of the story. The cake is like a 3-tier cake. The bottom tier, like not the bottom tier, but the bottom, the base, the big chunker, MSQ. Second tier, School Stories. At the low, the little cap on top, all the rest of the side stories. And then you add all the fonda, all the little decorations and stuff. That's all the mini games. There were a lot of them, by the way, mini games. I didn't even mention that drone racing got carried over with a slight iteration with a super boost, and then Paradise VR got more mechanics or a different perspective shift. They have to touch all the games, and then all the pastime stayed, batting. They even introduced new games for the school stuff, dancing, and robotics team. It keeps going on. The list keeps going on. It's a really dense cake. It's really, really dense cake. And then you throw on Kaito files. That's like a dessert for your dessert. So if it is already apparent, this is 10 out of 10. No, personally, in my opinion, unemphatically 10 out of 10. The last time I've said this unconditionally was probably for Chrono Cross, which had like 60 plus characters of writing. So yes, I am a little biased and impartial to the underdogs, the people who write stories in their video games as a selling point. And just so you know, Chrono Cross is a JRPG. I wonder where Yakuza Like a Dragon has a format that deals with separate character story developments. Oh wait, let's talk about Octopath Traveler. I mean, it's an uptrend. I'm saying it's an uptrend. Maybe there's a pushback or a paradigm shift in mindset. But for me, it's a good time to be a storyteller and a story lover, right? Someone who likes the idea that human satisfaction isn't just mechanical. It's creative. My background training is in objectivity, it's methodology and evaluating stuff. So there is a personal bias in making other things sound mundane, and I admit that and I concede to that. So like how fast you react, the permutations and stuff, like, yeah, intellectually that's no longer stimulating to me. And then emotionally, it's okay. Like tapping the same intervals over and over again, that's methodical, very methodical. And that's my background. Like how to methodically, repetitiously create a result, an expected result over and over again. That's fantastic. In my spare time though, the creative process. It is undeniable and unimaginably valuable. The biggest thing about it is it's so big and valuable that it is incredibly daunting. So it's so much simpler just to get that KDA out. Anyways, 10 out of 10 personally. Not even a debate for me. In terms of the end user, so the mainstream in today's day and age, so we're talking about 2022 plus. Yeah, this game is an 8. I would say most people would say 8 to 8.5 because it is disproportionately prioritizing a non-interactive portion, literal interaction portion of a video game, where RGG's biggest strength is also its biggest drawback to the mainstream. The gaming industry as a whole attempts to constantly try to make story more interactive in any possible way, any clever way, to the point where it becomes gimmicky. Like to those individuals I'm talking about, which is the vast majority. I already expressed my minority opinion. Maybe the trend will differ in the future. Like maybe I'll become a majority representative. I don't know. Who knows? But for now, the majority representation is that people don't interact things with their minds. That's a little generalization, but they don't interact with story. They interact with literal interactions. They interact with literal story interactions. So if you put something in, like even a QTE, shoutouts to Quantic Dreams, and all the other guys who are making the interactive storytelling games. They're bridging the gap. It's still a predominantly storytelling thing, but you know, like we're talking about Heavy Rain, Detroit Become Human. I think it's still Quantic Dreams, Corey and whatnot, hopefully, and another group, but I don't remember all of them. Unfortunately, we hadn't gotten to them yet. That's up to them. They're really putting their eggs in that basket, but trying to make it as interactive as possible. But a story is interactive. It's just the most undeveloped, in my opinion. Games just have mostly gone by the wayside to underdevelop those skills because it's not trending. It's not popular right now. It just isn't. Games have so many input devices and whatnot. Those are the overdeveloped skills, and they're really good at it. Those guys, like those people, really good at it. So I want to say with the utmost humility, you're really good at that. That's why you suck at storytelling evaluations. It's fair, right? What I mean is fair, it's equivalent exchange. Not, sorry, FMA reference. It's a trade-off. The longer you mechanically focus on what you value as a game, and you're a mechanical person and input, the less and less you know and experience and understand about storytelling because you don't practice it. I think that's fair. The more I focus on storytelling elements, I'm not playing the game, right? I'm spending 3 hours talking about the central theme to bullying in Judgment instead of practicing my juggle combos in Judgment. Is that a different experience? Absolutely. Is your experience more comprehensive than mine? No. That's far so ignorant for someone to say that their experience is more comprehensive because they played most of the game. Like, for example, I'll tell you now, there are plenty of them in my wake because generally I have a minority opinion. I'm not a young kid who isn't educated, like, in a way. I'm an older dude who has an intellectual background. So what I favor are intellectually stimulating things. Am I emotionally intelligent? Not as much as those kids. Those kids, they play video games with emotion on their sleeves. So you bet your balls they're well practiced at that. Sorry, that was a little sexist. You bet your noggin that they are. So what I'm saying here is, yes, for the most part, storytelling games are not favored. Systems are biased against the storytelling games is because the demand is not that high, realistically speaking. And the vast majority will give this game an 8. Maybe even 7.5. And that's where RGG games are going to sit. And sure as heck, that 8, to me, from my perspective, is a 10. If they manage to get a 9.5 or a 10, it will go down as the best game of all time for probably my lifetime. So temper my realistic expectations, right? Like, we're grounding it. If they do manage to pull off a 10, doing what they're doing now, I can't even fathom how they do the juggle act. What I mean is, if they try to get the last 2 points, convert that 8 to a 10, they would have to abandon or like shift their resources and redistribute their game mechanics, right? Or their game draw. That would ultimately mean shrinking down storytelling and balancing it out with mechanical refinement or input refinement. And that would effectively basically change what RGG is doing. So it's kind of a tough situation here when you are, it's the same with indie developers and like artists and music people. When you're not in the majority, you're not in the mainstream, the stuff you do is going to constantly be an uphill battle. And ultimately, the system is going to tell you that you being you is bad. And what I have to say about that is that I spend most of my time with the minority voice, literally, figuratively, everything. And I'm spending this time to reflect this closing remark because these 9 games really did tell me something that I really do appreciate and enjoy those individuals who on some level are always constantly fighting an uphill battle and representing a minority thing. And you might even say, what is synonymous with being minority? Well, something that's novel and creative tends to be something that's not commonplace. So it's inherent. While you don't get to be popular and lucratively successful and have the liberties of being loved by the vast majority of the system, you also inherently remain novel, unique, and individualistic. So it's kind of poetic that, in my opinion, RGG makes a game reflecting on how conformity, the trade-offs and dangers of conformity, to present a counter argument to the dangers of conformity of a different social issue, but they themselves in the gaming industry represents a non-conformity in design. That's what is so interesting about stories and knowing, at least seeing patterns of depiction. I don't know if that's their intent, but you can see the expression of this group in their desire to design their game a certain way. So when I go and play a game like, I don't know, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 or something, you bet when I'm playing the game, I'm thinking about what the developers are like developing this game. Things that are created by humans are extension of the human. And you might be thinking, well, Call of Duty is like a pro-profit thing. That's what the publishers want. So even if the creator wanted to be creative, they have the publishers to contend with. Yeah, that's their employer. They choose to be employed by the publisher. They also stayed with the publisher, and they continue to try to make the best game they can. And also the publisher is part of the process. So you also get to learn a bit about the publisher too in here. You can see that from their product, or you can try to see that. And it's not about being right or wrong, about your empathy or understanding, is learning what you can learn from that goes beyond what's literally in front of you. That's imagination, that's creative, that's transformative, that's what stories are supposed to do. That's actually what video games are supposed to do, but somehow video games have become a source of affirmation as opposed to a source of inspiration. It can be one and the same. Like, for example, what I mean is, it can be all the above. But I can tell you now, creative stuff, especially video games, which I think is a consequence of social media a lot of times. Social media and influencers have capitalized on a system that maximizes efficiency over creativity, and that become normalized. So now is more about not inspiring people, but prescribing stuff. So if you're on YouTube being told what to do and what to like and whatnot conditionally over and over again because you can't be bothered by figuring it out yourself or trial and error and stuff, you normalize that. And what do you do in return? You evaluate other people's product the same way. So hey, this game should be like this. It should be like this because I'm an expert video game player somehow and I know everything about creating when I don't practice any of the skills. That's my 2 cents right there. It's so much more agreeable, in my opinion, when someone says, I don't care about story. I usually don't think about the story. So that's why I want a game that focuses on inputs. That's different from saying this game should be this way because it makes games good. It's like you don't know that. You haven't even practiced the skill you're criticizing. In fact, most of the shortcomings and negatives and stuff that humans focus on is something they don't do. They tend to avoid those negatives, and therefore they are undesirable. It's not a paradox, but it's more like it's a duality thing. Like when you say a game shouldn't focus on story because it feels like a movie, it only means that it's generally highly likely that you are unpracticed in watching movies, storytelling, or writing. You avoid the things you find negative. So when you criticize something, it's typically something you don't want. Now, there are objective things that are agreeable to most people, like you should be bad at dying, right? You don't desire death, that kind of thing. But when it comes to the creative process, the thing you find negative is the thing you're nearly probably, unless you're employed against your free will, or you have a lot of stories of counter arguments and concessions, you are not giving the appearance, in my opinion, the appearance of competence. When you criticize something with no qualification of your credibility, and we're not talking about emotional arguments if you're trying to be objective. Like, for example, gaming journalism is a great... I'm going back to gaming journalism because this is relevant. Like, oh, I've played all the games and I've attached myself emotionally and whatnot. That's just saying what your experience are. It's not saying anything about how constructively it influenced you. And then you give it a score. Well, the first thing you're going to create is someone's like, what the heck? You just spent the whole time emotionally conveying how much he cares, and suddenly it's a 7 out of 10. It's like you didn't explain what that experience inspired you, or like the impact of it. You didn't make concessions, or like demonstrate or explicitly show what that is. You just presumed what that means, which it means very little if you're employed to play video games and you're appealing to someone who hasn't played any of the video games or haven't played video games at all. That to me is really popular journalism, as in it sells well, it gets clicks. You know, if that's your goal. It is inherently incredibly myopic and asinine to think that you spend like 1 minute prefacing like, I played all these games. Go on, explain what that means. Like, how does that factor into your explanation of your evaluation of this piece? Instead, all you said was, yeah, you know, I love Kiryu. And then some other person's like, oh, okay, 7 out of 10. It's like, wait, I thought you loved Kiryu. Like, or the next person's like, wow, so your love is worth a 7 out of 10, huh? Oh, so it can be misinterpreted. To me, it's, with as much respect as I can say, it's lazy writing. It's incredibly lazy writing, but it's effective. It's a very effective lazy writing. It's incredibly efficient. That's why it's considered lazy, in my opinion. Lazy is a good thing if you're getting your results without saying much. So when you say, I absolutely love this game, you should play it too, get hype, and then tell your real story later, like what you really want to talk about. But you already made your impression in the first like 30 seconds. Like, and this goes to the classical. I'll end with this remark, I guess. As a guy who has been an engineer for 15 years, and then I go on to say what I really want to say, you've already hooked the person by doing this like exclamatory anecdotal credibility that has no explainer to it. And it's to the point, it's even more ironic because you're trying to get credibility to something intuitive by putting a year on it, but it explains nothing to people who are intuiting it. which doesn't mean they're competent. In fact, I would argue, if you understand human condition, and I don't really understand it that well, not really, more like psychology, but the things you intuit are the most likely case that you're overestimating your competence. Because when you intuit something, you become more complacent in it. And when you're complacent, you don't practice it anymore. So when someone says, the irony here, the paradox here is that person is probably unpracticed as well. If they spend 15 years in engineering and they have to say that they are 15-year engineer, then they didn't demonstrate they were. Usually, if you're still a working engineer with a lot of experience that's constantly practiced, you would just show it. And show it doesn't mean you have to do it, or literally action. You can explain it. You can demonstrate with even words. In fact, it's harder to demonstrate with words than literal action. It's harder to tell stories than literally animating them. That's a really contentious point, but animators are also storytellers. So they're not compartmentalized. I'm not trying to make them compete to each other, because animators tell stories. Their characters and rigging tell stories. You can definitely tell the difference between an animator who don't understand storytelling and an animator that does. It's rarely the case, but you can find an animator who maybe like don't like the story, like a company or a boss says like, I want to tell this story, and then the animator's just hired for a paycheck. You can probably see it in the animator like investment and stuff. But animators are storytellers, so that's not a contentious point if you're on the side of storytelling. But that's the remark, right? This game, 10 out of 10, but sure as heck, it's a good 8 for all the mainstreamers, right? All the other guys, mainstreamers. And I can tell you with the confidence, I'm going to say 80 to 20% confidence, I'm going to say all of this stuff again in 2 days. Or not in 2 days, but let's say 3 to 4 days. I'm expecting Like a Dragon Gaiden to be, for me, 48 hours. For the average person, because they don't care about story really. Like, what I mean is they're pragmatic about storytelling. 24 hours. It's probably going to be a 24-hour adventure, but for me it'll be 48 because I'll play the game at least twice for both audio, and it's going to be a little different for Like a Dragon Gaiden because the English track is being delayed and released after the game, so it's already selected for me to do the mainstream thing and listen to the Japanese track first. That only means that my victory lap and the thing freshest in my mind, it's going to be the English track. So it will inherently, by the order of operations, receive the most attention in terms of like fourth wall attention, storytelling, acting, quality. I totally skipped over that. Voice acting, English, Japanese, incredibly solid. In fact, in this one, it's so solid, it's so consistent in this one that it was almost disinteresting to me, because there is no differentiation between the English and the Japanese, with a few minor examples. Yes, in contrast, what I just said was completely divisive because it's gonna come up again in Like a Dragon Gaiden, and we're gonna play both, but English is gonna be the final track. In fact, there's a lot to unpack. There's politics, there's social media politics involved in the track that we'll probably discuss later. But again, it will spin the same themes. ignorance, priority, happiness, escapism, all those are intertwined and bigger stuff. But in the end, people know what they want. I hope you know what you want, especially when it comes to video games. I know what I want, so and I'm aware of what it doesn't do. Hopefully in the future those people also know and aware of what they don't do, because it's kind of tiring to see individuals who overestimate or contradict what they're going out to do. If I was a person that said I'm an expert input person, I'm like #1 in Fortnite or something, I would probably say I'm pretty good at FPSs. I'm not. I don't play Tekken anymore. I actually don't play fighters anymore, so you're not going to see me juggle combo too much or execute something in the next game. I'm sure they're still juggling in the next game, and we're going to encounter that because someone's going to say, oh, you could do this and this. It's like, yeah, I'm aware of it. At least I share some awareness of what I'm not competent in. Overselling yourself is probably the safest way if you're not sure, and generally speaking, I don't usually oversell myself. One thing I can oversell myself in is that I do love storytelling. And boy, does YouTube provide me with a lot of content of people who love storytelling. And all they're complaining about most of the time and encompassing and talking about are game mechanics. Just saying. It's sometimes it can be a little trying, but you know, you gotta keep trying. You gotta see what they're about. Anyways, 10 out of 10. And of course, Twitch dumped the moment feature, so you know, it's too late for that. I could have secured the moment, but this is the moment. We are finally up to date, except for Ishin, which is not modern, but we'll get there. We're finally up to date as much as we can. Non-stop, continuous, since March, all the way now. And in less than 2 days, actually, a little over 2 days, we're going to be back. In another 48 hours, we're going to have this discussion again. I'll see you in the future, my friend. And I'm talking to myself in the future, obviously. It sounds a little narcissistic, but I can... There are only a few comforting certainties in my life, and one of them is how slow mainstream paradigms change in behavioral patterns. So I'm sure, talking to my future self from the past, that you'll probably still feel the same about all the remarks you made today, while evaluating like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. It's worth mentioning over again because RGG is fighting a brave battle, and I absolutely appreciate it. I'll probably say the same for most Legacy games, so it's partial and impartial at the same time. Because Legacy is human. Legacy is life. Life skills is legacy. Even nepotism is a part of the human condition. Ignoring nepotism and legacy is like pretending you're an individual, not in a long line of collectives of human lives and creativity. For better or for worse. And I'll leave you at that. As always, you know, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. Thanks to hear my closing remarks. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that legacy. And I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Bye now.